Welcome one and all to Triton-Cup 97. It is a Splat Zones only edition of Triton-Cup. Our teams up for the first round will be Gaia versus Ming Music. I am Frostix, and I'm joined by Neptune for this week's Triton-Cup. Neptune, how are we feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty good. I don't usually get an opportunity to cast EU tournaments due to some scheduling, but luckily this Friday things are pretty slow, so I got some time here just to watch some nice Splatoon Splat Zones action here. Triton Cup normally runs Splat Zones only here, and we're going to be seeing some two particular teams today. We're going to be seeing Gaia and at Ming Music here for Ostix.
Exactly, yeah. Our map mode, our first mode, you're probably not seeing it on stream so far. Our first mode of the set will be zones umami. Will be umami zones in particular. Uh, Yeah, here it is. This we're starting the all zone sandwich with Umami Ruins, followed by Mako Mart, and then to Barnacle and Dime.
Ooh, okay. You know what? Some pretty solid spot zone maps here, because oftentimes I feel like with zones only, we kind of like go into that territory of how do I say it? Some of the more awkward spot zones maps. I saw spot zones Hammerhead on what was it, the land championship map list, because apparently it was iconic for a particular land to play Hammerhead Bridge. So
No
I'm glad
way
to see. No, this is a true story. True story. I wish I could be making this up, but that was apparently the exclamation I was given when I asked that question. So I got to give a shout out to the people hosting the land championships as well, who are working oh so hard to be able to bring that to you all. But enough about land championships. Let's talk about these teams, Frostic. Is there anyone here that stands out to you in particular? Is it a particular player or just like a particular weapon they play?
Well, I like how I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna backtrack to when you said like you like to it's your well about EU tournaments because I'm also NA. This is pretty much just an all NA stream team. So I I unfortunately don't recognize anyone from Gaia or Atmang Music. Gaia is consisted of Carve Aloha, Hinamu, Yu, Lemon NK, and Finn, and on the side of Atmang Music is Jelly, Hyperstar, Nebby, and Melancholy. Interesting. I don't recognize any of those names. I am so sorry, but I am looking forward to seeing them in action.
Yeah, for sure. As for even though I'm like part of NA, I still like keep up with some European tournaments. I love my Splatoon players nationally, like over the worldwide, whatever term you want to use for that. Just I recognize some of these players here, particularly Hyperstar, right? Who's a pretty prominent player. Apparently they play ballpoint and heavy splatling deco as well as as well as edit. So they are a Splatling legend here, and I'm curious to see which Splatling comes out on Umami Zones.
Ballpoint is always just a wonder to see. It feels like such a rare sight to see the pen show up because you always tend to see the pencil. That at the same time, heavy deco as well. Some interesting things that can be done specifically on Umami with Kraken.
Oh yeah, for sure. I love Kraken, I think, on Umami specifically, because it feels like it's always able to like push through one side just uncontested. It is an invincible special, by the way, and once you like pop it, you're gonna be able to swim behind them and just create really easy pinch plays that just allowed the team to move forward there as well. And I do want to add a comment about the ballpoint. You mentioned how pencil's basically taking over the main anchor here, but I do see in Japan, in particularly, there are some very dedicated ballpoint players, and they sometimes I'm watching like Area Cup or something like that, and I see basically opposing ballpoints, and it's always so fun, especially when they have jet battles.
Oh no way! It's a dogfight. It's a dogfight. That's insane.
That's what it's called, dogfight?
Oh it's a on the spot headcanon I made because if it's a jet battle, right? So it's
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, if you're going inkjet v inkjet, that's basically just a dogfight.
Wait, how does that translate to dogfight? Because they're wearing jetpacks, and these are squids and
Oh,
octopuses.
it's okay. It's because like the whole plane thing,
A whole
like
plane
plane
thing.
battle,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
like
I need to
plane
ask
battle.
for this, Rostic. I'm new. I do not know much
No,
airplane terminology here.
I don't either. I'm not. I have a perhaps a certain mutual that is probably more enriched on planes than I am. Oh man, I don't know why. I just had a flash of Marlin Airport in my mind as soon as I just started talking about planes. That's, I think, a map I saw on a map list on I think it was, I'm not sure, was it a Splashdown Saturday with maybe something like that? Another EU tournament that's happening.
Oh
Could
yeah, for
be.
sure. Could be. I'm not entirely sure on that one, but I've at least learned something today. If it is a jet battle and someone comes out on top, they won the dogfight, is what I'm going to be calling it from here on out. That is something going to be in my commentator notebook here. I clearly have it very visible. It's almost like I can physically write in it, except I don't have a pen right now, but
How ironic that we're talking about the ballpoint pen and we lack writing and we lack writing utensils here as commentators. But inkjet is also just definitely a special that could be really useful for at least contesting points. As long as you're like within a good positioning and making sure that your return point is not within an easily contestable spot, you can provide a lot of pressure from like a extreme vantage point.
Oh yeah, for sure. And let's talk about some other players here, particularly Karm Aloha here. So, they are a Splash and Gal players. So, two very prominent shooters. Obviously, you have the Splash, which is more support style, being able to provide a lot of good chip damage. It pairs really well with Pencil because one good burst bomb hit and another Pencil shot is able to get a lot of kills. The Crab also is able to provide a lot of meaningful chip as well. So yeah, that is something that I could be interested in seeing. But Frosty, can you tell me a little bit more about the 52 gal option?
Gal on umamis could obviously be a lot useful. It could be extremely useful. Of course, that splash wall is really useful for at least for providing just simply because I'd like to say that I think the opening, I guess like the area out of spawn leading into the two zones can be seen as a little bit of a choke point. At least having an extra wall alongside that uninkable square could be at least useful for forcing out specific angles during individual duels. And of course, like you said, chip damage paired with pencil shots coming in, I think, from Finn, that is Gaia's backline. The
Ooh.
additional lethality of a Killer Whale 5.1 is just devastating. You can't be caught lacking out of position and caught dilly-dallying lest you get picked off from a special that maybe perhaps doesn't get too much, but is too much at least like lethality, but is good for repositioning. Maybe I'm wrong
Yeah.
here. I don't know.
No, I think you're right on that one. Just Killer Whale in itself is a deadly special as it also catches out people who are sharking. And if there are really strong sharking weapons, I think of rollers, I think of decav, like those weapons in particular that love to just be very stealthily moving around here. A Killer Whale can easily expose their position and get them on the move there as well. And you can kind of use it kind of like a pseudo Tenta missile, if I like to call it right here, where the power in missiles is its ability to find out where people are and being able to displace them by firing those shots off as well. But Frostix, we're going to be loading in soon as well. Let's see these comps as well here.
All right, going into Gaia, we are seeing the Dread Ringer coming out here. Meanwhile, on Atman Gaming, that's Tetradulies coming out from Melancholy. That is a weapon that I think would be would have to watch out for the for I think Karmaloha's 52 gal. Already, one of the zones is going to go to Gaia as the rest of Gaia is closing in. It's looking like Carmelo is moving into the front line. They're going to splat Jelly, going down to Hyper. They are running the ballpoint Neptune, and they're just firing off in the mid-rectangle. They have at least 3 people in Gaia on their sides. Here comes the Reef Slider from the Dreadringer, and now the Inkjet's coming out, firing on all cylinders, taking out Lemon, taking out the 52, and now Atman Music is closing in. It's an absolute firefight here, and even with that stellar push from Atman Gaming, Atman Music, they still haven't capped the zone.
I know, right? It's kind of crazy to think that all these fighting happen. 3 go down, and the zones are still not capped. It just took literally a minute now for Ming Music to start taking down the points on the clock here. But I gotta commend the ballpoint pick, because ballpoint, as we were talking about before, is not a very popular pick here, but it is a very powerful weapon when it's set up properly. It's able to strafe quickly in and out of situations here, able to beam people who are rushing you down, and use the jetpack right here. Hyperstar putting in the work here, Frostix.
Yeah, and they are just weaving in and out of shots. They took out the splatter shot. That's no Zuka for Gaia. and Ming Music is actually really close, and that's a wipeout for Ming Music. Melancholy and Jelly are taking the front line. That's a dynamic duo, actually, with Enzap and Tetra not only providing frontline sodas and also in just general frontline devastation. Melancholy and Jelly now are taking the front line. They're just dodging in and out of Zuka shots. They're gonna take out Melancholy, but Ming Music is already in the lead, and that's gonna be more Inkjet shots coming out from Hyper. They have Lemon in their sights. They're dodging the pencil shots, and they managed to go off unscathed.
Oh my goodness here. Now, I just want to slow it down just a little bit and just like do some how do I say? Just talk a little bit about like the comps in it. You mentioned how the Blaster and Tetra frontline combo is such a prevalent thing to the offense there from Ming Music here, and I can definitely see why. Not only is the Blaster able to locate as well as displace people that are hiding behind cover, the Tetras are able to take advantage of that AOE and move in accordingly as well. But this is a very difficult situation to be in if you're Ming Music right now, as you have lost both your front lines and the ball point went down, so they're losing stability here. The lead is about to swap here. Let's see if they can take it back for your Frostix.
Looking like Ming Music is doing just that. They managed to clear most of Gaia out of their front line, but now the rest of Gaia is now just posted up at their zone. Ming Music has two specials to work with. The splashdown has come out from Jelly. The Tetras still have the Reef Slider, and I think Melancholy has the zone in their sights. They're rushing towards Finn, but now they're under fire. That's 3v1, and Melancholy's going down. But Ming Music has zone. I think they're going to flush the rest of Gaia back here. Jelly's under fire from both the Gal and the Dreadringer. You need to run, or else you're going to get caught in the jaws of the Reef Slider, going down to Lemon, and now Lemon is just holding the zone down. They're going down to Nebby. It's just constant fighting, trade after trade. The ballpoint does have the Inkjet, and now Nebby is running away from those killer whale lasers. That is, of course, really good at driving any player away from the zone that Gaia is still holding.
Yeah, Gaia is still holding here, very strong here, and they kind of have this really good setup position right here, and it's going to be Ming Music going to be the one to force resources here, and unfortunately, 3 go down here, and the Reef Slider is gone here, a wipeout here, oh my goodness. It seems like Ming Music just unfortunately fumbled a little bit of the entryway there, and now they're kind of on the back foot here. They need to not only take back their plat, they also need to at least capture one zone to be able to stop this points from knocking out here.
Yeah, Gaia is deadly close with a knockout range. They're at 7 against 43, and even amidst Hyper's Inkjet, I think Atming Music has no time left to stop the KO from Gaia. They take game 1 of the set.
Game 1 was, wow, that was a roller coaster of emotions right there. Starting the tournament off strong on a good note. What can I say, Frostix?
Exactly, yeah. Interesting, just stellar showcase coming out from both teams. A lot of interesting picks in terms of weapons. Hyperstar's ballpoint actually coming out, and we managed to see how useful a relatively underseen pick, but even still, Guy's just control of things, making sure that they can hold the line, especially like not just at zone level, but also at the enemy team's base.
For sure, for sure. That ballpoint was putting in the works there, as you were saying there previously. But it is going to be Mako Mart coming up next here. And just thinking a bit more about the comps in general, I do think Gaia has to be very careful of that blaster, because blaster as an AoE weapon loves Mako Mart here. They can punish stacks or pressure stacks as necessary without having to swim up on top of it as well. The point sensors are great for coordinating the team and just recognizing who is the primary target, what do we need to do here, and how we're going to go about it as well. So I'm curious to see if this blaster pick will stay, as it's a very strong weapon on Mako Mart.
That being said, I wouldn't want to rule out blasters as one of the only things that can counteract teams camping up on stacks. We saw Gaia running Dreadringer as well. That can also potentially apply a lot of pressure from below, not only on mid stacks, but also perhaps the platform on the enemy team's spawn. We saw Lemon NK having a lot of good pressure with that Dreadringer, a weapon that I've been seeing a lot of recently.
Oh yeah, Dreadringer is very popular, especially in a zones only format, as the Reef Slider just gets indefinitely a lot more value because what's popular on zones, right? The big bubbler, right? It's often attached to really strong weapons such as the Decapitator or the Roller as well. So if there are any bubbles in sight, having a Dreadringer on your team can certainly be helpful here, as it is returning for this game number 2.
Not just that. Jelly is sticking with the blast. Yeah, Jelly is sticking with custom blasters. That is of course going to be good for scouting and of course for zone pressure with the triple splashdown. And it's looking like Gaia's already making a quick move for Ming Music's stacks. But at the same time, Gaia is making sure that control is on their end. Jelly is on their stacks, but they're under fire. Lemon sliding with the Reef Slider. They're under fire from the ballpoints. But even when they go down, Lemon managing to take out 2 members of Ming Music in their wake.
Oh my goodness, I felt that because every time a Dreadringer Reef slides, the initial thought is, let's punish this, right? But you got caught out in a position there if you're Ming Music right there. You were quite ready to fully E-commit the kill right there as well. So they just lived long enough to not only throw out a few sloshes, but a suction bomb to secure kills right now. And as you can see, this is putting Ming Music on a very difficult position. A Reef Slider here from the Tetra Duel unexpectedly gets able to cap the zone and allow a little bit more time for Ming Music to find their footing here.
Yeah, the Tetras managed to at least distract Gaia long enough to allow Ming Music to cap zone and apply around 34-ish penalty points on Gaia. But that being said, Ming Music, oh no, Gaia is just in their face. Ming Music cannot afford to just let down anymore as their penalty points are removed. Hyper managing to get a couple picks with the Inkjet, and now Melancholy sliding in with the Reef Slider. They're immediately going to be punished and forced to back off. The Tetras have gone down. Jelly's in with the triple splashdown. They're flushing the rest of Gaia out, but even still, they remain stalwart. And with that control of the stacks, they can just manage to keep zone even when it goes down, Neptune.
For sure, for sure. Gaia is looking to knock this out 100-0 here. Even though the penalty was applied from Reef Slider here, I'll give him some slack because it's very difficult to hold the zone when there is a Reef Slider on the enemy team. But it's a ready, set, go motion. It just ticks down to 0. Just Ming Music, unfortunately, could not collect themselves and able to paint enough of zone. Gaia taking game number 2 and convincingly taking this set here.
Yeah, no need to head to Barnacle and Dime. Oppressive showcase here by Gaia for the first round of Triton-Cup 97. Neptune, that was just blitzkrieg. It just happened then and there. It's like we said, just making sure that you can maintain control of the stacks, and even still, they not just had control of the stacks, they had control of their plat. They were just fighting in their spawn.
For sure, for sure. Just, I really appreciate Gaia recognizing in zones, Mako Mart, right? We have 2 separate positions we can hold. We can hold the standard positions as well as the GG positions, or the checkmate positions, I usually like to call them here. And that checkpoint position was stacking on the top left of that spawn right there, because it takes so many resources, so many players, just to be able to flush them out, that once they've exhausted everything, well, what's left to be able to push to zone? And that is exactly what happened for Gaia. They burned the resources, they burned the players, how do I say, inkjets, fizzy bombs, all the resources there, and they just did not have the momentum to be able to carry that forward to zone.
Yeah, they basically forced admin music basically to just push in with the most unfavorable the most unfavorable conditions. Even when Melancholy had a Reef Slider going, I think a lot of the times they were working alone to flip zone and were immediately punched as a result of it. And even when in that last push, I think we saw Hyper moving in with the Inkjet. I think they were accompanied by Jelly on the Blaster, but even still, that's a probably 2 to I think 3 member advantage within those last couple seconds. That was just ticking close to a knockout. It was like you said, it's a pinch strategy, just forcing them to just fight when really they don't have the resources to.
Yeah, for sure. As much as I'd like to keep talking Frostix, we're gonna get the commentary that's actually scheduled for this block right here. I came here on a whim from the I don't know what do you call it, the Discord messages of the depths here, as I like to call them, and Nito will be taking my spot. The commentator that is actually going to be here. It is a pleasure to be casting for you here. But yeah, Frostix and Nito will take over for the rest of the first block here of the stream. And I want to thank you all for tuning in and just having a great time overall, Frostix.
Of course, Neptune. Glad to have you on board. Before you dip out, where can the good people of the internet waves find you on the social medias?
You can find me at Neptune-TV on Blue Sky. I've been moving over to the bluer skies. It's cleaner there. But you can also find me doing CCA stuff as well. We are having our Div reveal show tonight on over at 8 p.m. Eastern time as well. So if you're interested in collegiate Splatoon action in the NA scene, be sure to tune in for that as that would be quite the treat.
I cast CCA too. You bet. You should maybe check out that as well. Anyways, thanks for coming on the whim, Neptune. We'll be taking a short break. Stay tuned for more Triton-Cup.
And welcome back to Triton-Cup. No best place to be on a Friday night for my friends across the pond. Friday afternoon for me across the other side of the pond. I'm Nito. I'm going to be joined by Frostix here. And we have moved on to round two. You saw Neptune earlier. Take you to round one. We're going to take you to the rest of the way for now. It's going to be Cherry Wave versus Astelic.
Yeah, our first map mode of the set is Zone's Hagglefish. Oh man, the flattest map of all time.
Certainly one of the maps ever. And if you're a fan of elevation changes, then look away.
At least there are the side lanes, so if you're a fan of flanking, then look forward. We're seeing Cherry Wave and Astelic here. See, I'd probably start to maybe dive into weapon comps, but I think anything could fly. I'm actually seeing, yeah, we're seeing interesting frontline stuffs that could take advantage of Hagglefish's, I guess, anti-elevation, as I would put it. I'm seeing carbons, tetras, a variety of splatanas that can make advantage of just the amount of space that you can move on Hagglefish.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like the standard affair. Some stuff you'd see in most of your competitive team matches. I do see a Tetra Dualies, and I believe that's a one trick on the side of Astelic on Gold A. So there's something interesting to look forward to. I like seeing Tetra Dualies. I don't want to say they're a niche pick, but it's certainly not a front line you see very often. One that can also double as a skirmish type weapon. So I do want to see more of that here. But one interesting thing to note from both of these teams that Cherry Wave was actually a paddling pool winner back in January. So Triton-Cup, not that far off from what Cherry Wave has already had to experience. I'm sure they can come in with all the experience in the world, and Stellic just going to be here. Definitely looks like they have as much in their resume as Cherry Wave, so it's going to be an interesting way to start round 2 here.
Yeah. After Hagglefish Market, we're heading over to Robo Ramen Bowl, going from anti-elevation to Elevation City, and then closing off with with Barnacle and Dime once more. We didn't get to see this in round 1 simply because our last team on stream completely took the set in a 2-0 sweep. Perhaps we will get to see the Mall actually make its debut in Triton-Cup 97. No more time for analysis as we're going into game 1 of round 2.
And we received a comps coming out. That's a Hydra and a Nautilus coming out from, I believe that is a Stellax. And then we see on the other side, Cherry Wave in the blue. Hards or Word. Cherry Wave, I believe, is in the blue because I see Pelly there with the Slosher. Stellax now coming out with the Hydra and a Nautilus. That's an interesting double from there. I actually see a Zinc Mini Splatling coming out as well.
Yeah, that's a really interesting play here. We're seeing Zimmy on the side of Cherry Wave, and we're seeing Hydra on the side of Astelic. Just some more underrated picks making their presence known. The Bucket is just taking control of the side lane, just making sure that no one's flanking, and just providing some sloshes from below. Ledge camping is just absolutely devious to be doing on Hagglefish Market. The rest of Cherry Wave is now starting to back up from one tri-strike and then to a triple splashdown by the goal from the Nautilus.
Wow, quick moves here from Astelic on retaking his zone. How long does it last? Not very long though. Cherry Wave able to retake control of the zone here, and Astelic looking for another way back in. You see both of these Splatlanes actually sort of working together, almost blocking each other to some degree, but here comes a Hydra making an aggressive move here, does get taken out by the Decapitator. It's still Cherry Wave in control here. Astelic actually getting themselves picked off. They're looking for some picks there, but Cherry Wave staying dominant throughout the halfway point of their points.
At this point, I feel like the colors have been switching so much, I can't tell which one's which. I think the ones... Yeah, okay. So, Cherry Wave is in possession of the zone. They're under fire from Astelic's Tri-Strikes, and now Tri-Strikes, with the Tri-Strikes in secure position, I think that was coupled with a splashdown from the Nautilus. Astelic finally gets zone and applies a 47 penalty point to Cherry Wave. I think they're starting to move a little bit forward now that the pressure of a Bucket is gone, but even still, that's a Booyah Bomb coming out from Astelic's Bucket. That's another set of Tri-Strikes coming out from Cherry Wave, and Astelic has immediately lost control. They're 2 down, their Splatlings are missing from this fight. Even still, they managed to take back control right before Cherry Wave takes it right back as soon as Astelic took it. Here is the Decapitator just in the midst of an absolute firefight, under fire from, I think, was the N-Zap as well as a couple of Tri-Strikes. The Bucket is moving forward to have a duel with the Pencil here. It doesn't look like they're accompanied by anyone, but they're fleeing back to the cover as Astelic now takes zone.
Cherry Wave with their quicker start earlier in the set has the bigger lead here, but Astelic slowly chipping away at it as we see the Bucket here from Astelic trying to poke out. That's what the Slosher does best, and that's why you see both of these teams having a Slosher, just taking advantage of the rather lack of elevation changes on Hagglefish Market. As we see Yoshi make a dive forward, here's a splashdown. So much turf collected, but is it enough to get them forward? No, not yet. Astelic now has a penalty to serve out as Cherry Wave continues to find the picks here. I mean, they've gone 2 players down as well, but they do have that cooler ready to back them up. Astelic holding on to control of the zone, but as we've seen throughout this map, it's still not a secure zone hold. It's always being contested by Cherry Wave. And as though Astelic might be able to get the lead here, Cherry Wave able to retake. No, it's still very much contested here between both teams, and Astelic still holding on for the time being until Cherry Wave takes it back.
Yeah, just an absolute firefight here in the Splat Zone. It was just back and forth, a tug of war from both teams. even when Astellic was deadly close to getting to Cherry Wave's lead of 32. I think they managed to just come through with the specials, managing to block out Astellic's just absolute amount of firepower. They're running 2 Splatlings as well as an end zap. That is a lot of paint application, but Cherry Wave has a lot of pressure being applied here. Speaking of pressure, that is what Astellic is applying to Cherry Wave. They're already 2 down, the bucket and the decapitator, and now Astellic is just popping back in. They take out the bucket once more, and now Astellic's bucket, sorry Pharrell, is just applying pressure from the little amount of elevation that Hagglefish has. Here's Zunox. I think they managed to spot the bucket. They go down when they had the bubble. That's no bubble for Cherry Wave, and the bucket is just dueling, skirmishing in mid, trying to clear out more members of Cherry Wave. The Strike Strikes have come out. They get cancelled for they get early cancelled, but even still, Cherry Wave is just taking the point here. They are out of their penalty points, and there's 30 seconds left on the clock.
It almost seems like this whole match, Cherry Wave always has something to contest it, whether it be specials or picks. There's always something that Cherry Wave can be doing. Astellic getting oh so close to the lead, but nothing there as they retake control of the zone with 20 seconds to go. Cherry Wave has the bigger lead now. They've actually extended it a little further, now down to 19 remaining, previously from 32. 10 seconds to go in this match. Astellic holds on, but how long does it hold on? There's 3 players going down. Cherry Wave can easily retake control of the zone here as they do. This will be game over as Cherry Wave takes round 1 of round 2.
Exactly, yeah. I think Cherry Wave managed to isolate that last player left on the scene, the Nautilus, and it was basically they were forced to retake zone alone in overtime. Just it just felt just impossible for Astellic. They just managed to apply just so much pressure within the last couple seconds, just securing their match, not even needing to go into overtime. Robo Ramen will be our second match for this second set.
Right, and with Robo Ramen, I actually like to refer to back to the Splatoon 2 days. I like to call Robo Ramen the Splatoon 3 Muscle Forge, which the way the map is shaped, it looks so much. No, not Muscle Forge. Sorry, yeah, no, it is Muscle Forge. It's the gym one.
Yeah. Actually, yeah.
But it looks so much like it to where I mean, anything. I think anything that both teams have pulled out here, especially the Slosher, is going to do the same amount of good for each of the teams.
I think so, yeah. Especially now that there's a lot more height advantage and a lot more space to at least. Well, okay, yeah, and perhaps a lot more space both vertically and even horizontally. I think Robo Ramen's a really expansive map. You can move around a lot, and the buckets can just provide a lot more pressure. That being said, when it comes to at least splat zones on Robo Ramen, I'd definitely like to note that if you grab control of zone, I think a move that a lot of teams tend to do is that they immediately start pushing forward. That way, they just close the distance between both them and the respawning enemy team.
Right, and when you speak of distance, it almost seems like throughout the entire match, no team had really gotten past mid, which is, I think, the funniest thing to me because it seemed like the entire time Cherry Wave was contesting his own, it's still like able to hold on to it at times, but not long enough to retake the lead. And that's what's giving Cherry Wave more leverage. And that's what's causing Astellic to be a little more held back, I believe, because they don't get past mid until. Actually, I don't even know if they do get past it on any point of the game, but very interesting to see, and we'll see how much it changes here when we get to this second game.
Perhaps I think the reason why they weren't able to make it out of mid was because they were running 2 Splatlings. Of course, the fact that they were running 2 Splatlings, both the Nautilus and the Hydra, accompanied with that N-Zap, is just a lot of firepower. They have what it takes to just control the paint flow of the match. But in opposition, Cherry has a lot more mobility. They have the Decapitator. I think they also have just a lot more agile shooters. And Estelle...
Hold on.
Yeah, Cherry Wave is running, I think, a similar comp, the Zimmy and the Decapitator. Meanwhile, Astellic is now pushing for a roller in the Nautilus has switched to the roller.
So it's actually pretty important because now they've swapped out the triple splashdown for the big bubbler, and what that means is that Astellic is going to have at least a physical barrier there for when they do eventually retake control of the zone. Right now, at least, when now that Cherry Wave's taking it, but they do have something to protect themselves should they retake control of the zone. I think that's what they're looking for with this roller, so they can still have a Yoshi go out and be aggressive, as we're seeing here actually from the Slosher on the bucket on Astellic, and they retake the zone once, but Cherry Wave quickly retakes it as well. and none of these teams having a solid control here, as we see it's almost a repeat of what we saw in the last match.
Yeah, but even still, Astellic is at least locking Cherry Wave within a specific spot in the mid, and now
Oh, goodness.
Yoshi with the
Oh,
roller
goodness.
is just delivering vertical flips from behind, taking a triple kill to secure Astellic zone as they retake lead and as they and now position themselves at almost at Cherry Wave's doorstep. They're moving back here. Probably a smart play since Cherry Wave does have 2 specials. Now 3. They are on Soda Buff. They have Tri-Strikes from Sari, as well as 2 bubbles, 1 from the Zimmy and 1 from the Decapitator. Now it's Cherry Wave's turn to start moving in, but even still, Astellic is firing back with more specials, the Booyah Bomb and the Tri-Strike. This is a really solid hold from Astellic.
And that is a pushback you want to see. This time with less hesitancy, more confidence in what they have, because they have the specials that you saw them push back with. And it's working out very well with Astellic here, because Cherry Wave had nothing to respond with after those specials, but now they've got the Tri-Strikes coming out. There's definitely more that they can control the zone with, and with the pick as well, this should be their zone in theory, but it's still being contested. There it is, Cherry Wave retaking control, and it almost seems like Cherry Wave is now in the Astellic's shoes as they were in the previous match. Cherry Wave holds on to the zone for now, but how long will it last? Time will tell, as we see Astellic retake it with 2 picks to boot. Astellic is going to be holding on to the zone for a good while now and see how these jumps hold out for Cherry Wave.
And that's the firepower I was predicting to see from Astellic. They are running a lot of not just powerful specials in terms of lethality, but also powerful specials in terms of painting for positioning. It looks like a lot of the times they like to chain together their Tri-Strikes and the Booyah Bomb that can basically cover just the zone and then some. Here is Yoshi. The roller is just making so much powerful picks here. They have the Decapitator in their sights. The Decapitator goes down, and now Yoshi's gonna go down. I think CC's the pencil on Cherry Wave's side has been really vigilant, making sure that there's no picks. They've been watching out for flanks from both the bucket as well as the roller, as Cherry Wave will retake zone here. They have a minimal penalty. They need to just get this lead back within the next 2 minutes of this match.
And look at this, another pick from the Hydra spiraling on the side of Astellic. We see another few more players going down. That's 2. Even we got the Booyah Bomb coming in as well. It's going to be some positioning changes. We can probably get to see some help from Sari here, who's actually in more trouble than not. There it is, going down to Pelly, the bucket from Cherry Wave. Cherry Wave holding on to the zone here. And now it seems like Cherry Wave is starting to be the dominant team, as we actually see Yoshi try to come for a sneaky pick. There is that roller going down, and so does the Zap. But the Hydra stays alive for now. 1:20 to go in this match, and Cherry Wave just might get the lead here. It's going to be very close with Puro only one contesting the zone now, but we see Yoshi making a dive towards the players of Cherry Wave. Still holding onto the zone is the Cherry Wave, and they get their lead here. Astellic, nothing to respond with yet. That Booyah Bomb comes in just a little too late, and Cherry Wave turns things around and locks in the sweep.
Yeah, even amidst a very initially dominant game by Astellic, even when they were under fire from all that Astellic had with the new comp switch, with the lethality that Yoshi was on the roller, with the amount of special pressure coming in from a combined Booyah Bomb and Tri-Strike. I think within that final push, they did have to face the Booyah Bomb Tri-Strike combo, and they managed to outpaint it as soon as they came out. Cherry Wave just becoming adaptable, adapting, overcoming, and managing to take this set in a 2-0 sweep, Nito.
Yeah, no, that is that is a really different game than what I saw in the first couple of minutes rather. It seemed like Astellic was confident, they held themselves back, they knew that they had the specials needed, the coordination especially, because that specials, I think, without the coordination, it's obviously more difficult for them to come in and hold on to that. But eventually, over time, it seemed like they were becoming more and more hesitant. They kept getting pushed back by Cherry Wave. And by the end of it, Cherry Wave just said, all right, well, you keep pushing back. We're going to take up all we need. We'll go ahead and reverse it.
Exactly. They can just clap back with all they have. They have just a lot of versatility with their sets, with their comps here. They have the means to paint. They have the means to not just man the front line and apply pressure with the picks we saw. that the Decapitator can do, but they also have the means to hold the front line to defend. That's specifically the Decapitator with the big bubbler, but also the Zimmy having bubbler as well can just provide a good defensive, both offensive and defensive core for Cherry Wave here. Once again, we still aren't going to see Barnacle and Dime.
I mean, let's be fair. I guess this is a way of the good people of Triton-Cup telling us they don't like Barnacle and Dime for whatever reason. Who knows? Maybe this is a microcosm of the death of brick and mortar stores, or maybe this is just the fact that we're getting a lot of sweeps and all of a sudden we can't get to game 3. But what I do know for certain is that Cherry Wave is going to be moving on to round 3. They're going to be facing off against Crispy, the number 1 seed in this tournament, and Astelic going down to the losers bracket. They will be facing off against a team name I cannot pronounce. Someone can.
Their Astelic is going up against Akit. They're going up against Actian Willy.
There we go. That's going to be heck of a
That's
matchup
fair.
to look for.
That's who they're going up against. And if anything, about the whole thing about not going going to Barnacle and Dime, Cherry Wave against Crispy, their first match is actually Barnacle and Dime zones within a best of 5 set. Ooh, that's a teaser for winners bracket round 3. We're gonna be seeing best of 5 sets right after a quick break while the teams set up. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back. It is now winners bracket round 3. We are seeing ASC Tenchi versus Finale. Nito, we are in for, I think this isn't semis for winners bracket. This is like quarter semis or something. Actually, no, that's not how that works. Yeah, quarters. Yeah, that's how that works.
Right, we are down to the final 8 in the winners bracket. Of course, this is double elim. So, our team goes down, does eventually have a chance to get back up, but we are currently focused on the two teams that are still up, ASC Tenchi against Finale, like you pointed out, which, by the way, looking at the roster, one of them is a Link,
Yeah,
but
that's Finale. That's on
that,
Finale.
that's one way to market yourself. But I do know a lot about ASC Tenchi in a way they've been moving up within the last few years. I mean, this is a lot I can say about this team, but ASC Tenchi is already well up in higher echelons of competitive Splatoon, so there's no surprise that they are currently the 4th seed. And going up against the 5th seed, we can expect a heavy and intense best of 5 set starting at ship-shaped zones.
Oh man, ship shape zones. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, when I see ship shape, I think lockout. And I guess considering that you're a lot familiar with ASC Tenchi, Nito, do you feel like they have any of these teams have like the potential to do we have a lockout on our hands?
Well, the good news about competitive Splatoon is that anything and everything could go wrong. So any of these teams could really get a lockout. I mean, it's so much of a volatile game to where I'm looking at some of these comps and I'm seeing that AAC Tenchi with the way they have one player that just plays almost like blasters and sloshes exclusively, and I'm mainly looking at Lucky here. They have a player that with ship shape, that's going to be the two weapons you look for if you want to secure a lockout. Now, getting to the lockout, as with most of these maps, is going to be the first question. And with ANC Tenchi, I think they have all of them to secure a lockout, all the ingredients needed to secure a lockout, and they certainly should have enough to get to that lockout position.
Yep, I think we are loading soon, so we have no more time to analyze here. We're going into game 1. This is Ship Shape Cargo Co. Let's see what are we seeing from ASC Tenchi. We're seeing the bucket. We're seeing a very traditional comp from ASC Tenchi. Meanwhile, Finale is also running something similar. We're seeing the Neo machine actually from Finale here. That's a little bit interesting. That could at least provide some potential control of bridge. That is also just a really key point to get. Already, Yokaru is going to take out Typhlo within the first couple seconds of this match. That's already one member down for ASC Tenchi, followed by Alwo. This Stamper is making work of Tenchi's comp here. I don't even think they wanted to hold off against getting the pencil out to take out Typhlo once more. Typhlo just can't catch a break moving into this push as Finale will take zone.
Well, you want to get to a lockout spot, that's how you do it. Finale getting all the picks within seconds of each other. They're already moving all the way up, but the problem is that lockout position doesn't last very long here. Tenchi already testing this zone. All Finale has is this Crab, who I should mention is currently named after a betting company, which, I mean, whatever, but Tenchi right now holding on to the zone. Actually, they don't really have it. No, Finale's still holding on to the zone here, but Tenchi retakes control very quickly here.
Yeah, it was just down to the Stamper to defend against basically everyone else on ASC Tenchi who were already on zone. Typhlo is going to use the Zuka. Can they find any targets in their sights? The Crab has been popped out by Finale's splash, and now the Stamper has the Zipcaster ready to go. I think they have the pencil in their sights. They're also getting some more paint as Finale will lose the lead here. I think their position is compromised, not entirely here. ASC Tenchi still has a very firm control of zone as they're just holding the rest of Finale out within their within a little bit outside spawn. They're actually 2 down. ASC Tenchi is 2 down. The Soda has been popped by the pencil here, and I think Finale is gonna start working their way to cap zone here. The splash is on bridge, and I think the Zuka has popped out from the Neo splash, and they're already 3 down. Finale is back.
Oh, that was a dangerous dive there from Tenchi, which could have worked, but Finale had 3 players around where that splash shot dove in, so not much to come out of that flank there. It was a good one in theory, but Finale still holding on. There's 2 players going down, both teams trading picks here left and right, but it's ultimately Finale coming on to the better end of this trade. Finale still holding on to the zone. They will be taking the lead here, but I mean, look at this. Finale holding onto this left side of the screen here. That does mean Tenshi is able to come in through the left, to the where Rebel is now to the left side of the screen, popping in some of these specials, and they should be able to take advantage of this very soon here. But Finale still holding things down. They do have one player go down, 3 players going down. How long can he hold on to the zone? It's all up to this Crab, who doesn't have enough to paint, but they can still contest it. Tenshi takes control of the zone there. That splashes in a lot of trouble, and Tenshi now able to retake control of the zone. How long will they hold it on for? That's going to be the question. We'll find out now as we see a burst bomb pick from the Splash.
That being said, though, Finale has now set the terms and conditions of this match here. ASC Tenshi practically needs to get a KO in order to do this, and it's looking like they're already looking to do this already, as Owl with the Crab has already taken out 2 members of Finale here. I think they have their sights set on the machine here. They're dueling on the bridge. Of course, the bridge is definitely a key spot to be holding here, as they're under fire from Zuka's, from Yarumimi, and I think they're gonna try making it to the other side of bridge, as they're accompanied by the rest of Finale here. A pincher play onto AC Tenshi, and they're forced to retreat here. The Stamper is just making clean work of AC Tenshi all throughout this match here. They just cannot catch a break from the charge slashes, as Finale will take zone here and start ticking down their penalty timer. They're past the 30 threshold here. The Crab has come out, and I think it's come to a close. The Stamper's gone down. ASC Tenshi just needs to get some picks here from range, at least from a safe distance, but Yarumimi is just getting more picks from beneath, and Yakaru is just arriving in time to clean up the pieces that the machine could not do here. There's 1 minute left on the clock, and with the penalty points coming down to a close, Finale will take game 1 of this set.
Oh my goodness, and that was a little messy we saw from both sides, but ultimately it was Finale holding their drink there, as this is almost a clinic on how to hold a lockout. We see the Splatana and the machine from Finale almost always under the ledges, and when you're under those ledges, there's really nothing you can do except wait for specials, which is what Tenshi has no other choice but to do. The only problem is that with Finale, they're able to catch you off guard very quickly here. So if they catch anyone clustered up, which I saw from Tenshi multiple times throughout this game, Finale instantly cleans that up, and all of a sudden you're looking at 3 players down. The pencil's the only one left. Not much that pencil can do against 3 players that are willing to just bum rush you. So Finale able to hold on to this one as we move on to game 2.
That being said, we do have 5 games in this set. The battles are going to be lasting a lot longer here. Game 2. This is a map we've seen before. Our first game of the tournament was our first game on stream was on zones on Umami Ruins here, and that's definitely something to look out for, as there are 2 zones in this match. You need to make sure that you can prioritize which zone you're going to cap first.
Right, and the problem with the Umami zones is that there's really only one place to come out with a retake or with a push from, and it's all just going to be down this middle line here that you actually kind of see throughout this in this one little screenshot of the map here. It's really the only line you're able to take. There is one to the left of what you see on the screen, but it's such a low ground that it almost becomes disadvantageous. So what happens here is that Finale, with how much they were able to hold on to a lockout here, ASC Tenshi just has to they have to come out swinging on this one, I have to say, because if they come out with a faster push here, that means they can try to hold on to it for as long as they can, do something similar to what we saw in the previous match, and see if Finale can come back from it.
Yeah, we saw just a really traditional comp coming in from ASC Tenshi. They were running both a shot and a crab, as well as the traditional pencil. I do not remember what their 4th weapon was, but I think they really just need to up the ante of what they were doing. Maybe mix things up, or just simply just at least apply so much more pressure with the weapons that they can have, because the weapons that they do have such impactful things as a part of their arsenal, from either whether it be the specials like the Zukas and the crab tanks, as well as just like the firepower. They just need to make sure that they can apply just so much more pressure. And I think, especially considering they're running 2 shooters, I think both I think, what was it, Tyflow, because I think I saw Tyflow on the shot, and I think someone else was on Splash. They were just able to how do I say this? I think this could be a map that they could just shooter movement their way around between both zones here.
Right, and when you talk about shooter movement, that is something I actually saw from, or at least saw from both teams there, especially ASC Tenshi was what they had with from their Splattershot player. what they were attempting to do with that player and what I actually want to see more of here in Umami Zones because it's not different from Ship Shade in that it's less lockout heavy and there's definitely more opportunity for major flank moves and solo plays as we try to see from that one splatter shot. So I do want to see more engagement of that one player, which we might see as we head into this next match. Splat Zone, Zanumami, Ruins. It's going to be finale up 1-0.
And we're seeing Typo bring out the range, the Custom Rage Blaster Pro. Meanwhile, there's no comp switch up from a finale here. I think, of course, if it ain't broke, no need to fix it here. I think ASC Tenchi will be taking immediate rush to zone. Even still, Finale will cap zone first. And they're actually going to take out the Stamper first. That's a really important target because of how much trouble it was within the first couple seconds of the game. ASC Tenchi is still having trouble just managing to fight in mid as the last member is being forced to jump out, allowing Finale to just take more control as they cap zone here in the first minute of this match.
Goodness, blink and you miss it. Finale already getting 3 players down in the first 30 seconds of the match there, and we might even be seeing it again. Here comes the splash from Finale, Bet365 here, down 2 players already. ASC Tenchi struggling mightily here. Then they go another player down. They are staggered to a point I haven't seen before in the stream as we see Finale holding on to what appears to be a lockout here, which is funny, as I was mentioning earlier that this wasn't a lockout heavy map, but that might be put to an end here as we see Tenchi coming out with the zip cast, with the tentacles, but the zip cast from Finale able to contest that, and it's still Finale holding on.
Yeah, Yokaru can just provide so much frontline pressure with that Slatana Stamper, but even still, ASC Tenchi has what it takes to clap back against everything. Whoa! Owl was just, like, I think having a little bit of, I'm not sure if that's like a network malfunction here. Oh no, I think it is. Oh no, we're seeing instant transmission and a little bit of a lag spike here. Finale does get a wipeout. That's a disconnect. That's a disconnect. ASC Tenchi is missing a... Oh no. ASC Tenchi's missing a 4th member as Finale is just gonna do a lot. He's appearing to push forward into what seems to be a lockout.
Yeah, I mean, you are past the disconnect rules. We are past 50 remaining, which means we can just do what's needed here, I believe. And I mean, there's no contest here, so we're really getting a reset very soon here. But not much of a contest here for both teams. But what we saw earlier, yeah, they're actually we are probably heading to a replay. I will need to do a revisit of the disconnect rules. But from what I saw earlier, I mean, that wasn't much different from what we saw earlier in the match, except for the fact that ASC Tenchi did have something to play against. But with that one player going down, all of a sudden, game's different. We're going to see what comes out of this one. Because I
Yeah.
believe that is well, both teams looked like we were playing for a replay there, but I don't have to look at the disconnect rules, which I don't see immediately.
Yeah, I should... Hey,
Yep,
I think...
fair enough.
Yeah, okay, so I think we're
There
getting
it
some updates.
is.
Yeah, okay, there we go. That is an update from our stream coordination. Round 2 of the set will go to Finale. It's now match point against ASC Tenchi. They need to win all 3 of the next games to secure their spot into semis.
Yeah, that was, I mean, even with or without that disconnect there, ASC Tenchi was looking fairly shaken up there. I mean, this is a team that came in with this with ANC Tenchi, they came in with a newer comp that said, okay, we don't need to focus on lockouts. We just need to focus on being fast enough as Finale, and hopefully we can catch them in the first few seconds of the game. So we're going to come up with a faster comp. Finale, though, 3 picks within the first 20 to 30 seconds of the match, and all of a sudden ASC Tenchi is back where they were in the previous set. So Finale having a clear edge here going into game 3. That was a disconnect on your shoulder. I mean, there's a lot more to think about than there was earlier.
Yeah, not only are we fighting an entire enemy team, we're fighting our internet. We're kind of fighting on perhaps on an uneven playing field, but surely, there is no more internet issues to be had as we go into game number 3. This is going to be Humpback Pump Track. Oh man, this is going to be just prime fighting, just a prime fighting field, I think, for Yokaru to just play around with that Slatana Stamper.
And it is worth noting that Finale did finish second in a Triton-Cup. That was 2 weeks ago. So Finale is no stranger to this. I mean, they're heading back into semifinals. They know what it takes to get up here, and they're showing it pretty well that they deserve to be up there again. So we're gonna go to match point. It's gonna be game 3. It's currently Finale up 2-0. AC Tenchi now coming in with the hopefully with the disconnect resolved. We're gonna see what they come out with here as they switch that out for a roller. Actually,
That's actually interesting, especially considering how much space can be chopped up for ASC Tenchi with the big bubble deployment. I think, and especially since Typho is just moving in and out of friendly ink to net, I think, I'm not sure if that was a wipeout, but just a good push for ASC Tenchi as they take first zone here. I think Typho was trying to get an interesting ledge play here. They managed to jump out into safety, into Soda here. They're just constantly jumping in and out of fights. The bucket's gonna go down. That's less strikes, but they do have the T-Tech as well. That's another set of strikes for ASU Tenchi to work with.
So it's an interesting choice there too, because it's similar to what we saw in that last match. Let's bring out a bubbler and let's see if we can physically hold our ground, and especially with a special that enables us to do so. But it seems to be working out fairly well for them. They've gone up to 66 remaining, provided they have a penalty there. But Finale able to retake control of the zone here. What do we see from both of these teams as we see this push coming from Finale? There's one player going down. Here comes a splash. There's a 2v1 here against this T-Tech. It's going to be important. And Tenchi loses that one, but Typhlo able to avenge that player as we see Tenchi possibly able to retake control of the zone here. Yes, they do. And both Finale and Tenchi trading picks there, but Tenchi ultimately comes out on top, takes control of the zone, and gets rid of those penalty points.
Exactly. Now they're going to start kicking down from the 60 threshold. They're moving into the 50s. Typho is just battling Death 365 on the ledge, under the shield of their big bubbler. The Tri-Strikes have come out, not just from the bucket, but also from the T-Tech, and now that's a wipeout for Finale. They're taking both the front and the back, as Yokaru was just flanking with the slosher here. You don't need to have a sword in your hand to flank, as we see from Yokaru, and now they're just taking the front line as well. It's a 2v1 against they're actually just gonna jump back here. Probably a smart thing to do. Yarumimi and I think, actually the rest of Finale are now on the scene. They're closing in on ASC Tenchi's 40 threshold as ASC Tenchi will recap zone. Typho is just taking the front line. They're under fire. They go down. Bet 365 is going down. There's no crab for Finale, and the Tri-Strikes are coming out once again from ASC Tenchi. That Hexa Strike comp that ASC Tenchi is now working with definitely is a good switch up going into a potential match point.
You can see that bubbler at least providing some cover for Tenchi as they would like to hold on to the zone. Let's see how much they are able to do so with both teams losing at least one player in a skirmish there. Tenchi having that zone contested, even with 2 players on it. It's going to be dangerous here. They take control of the zone, but there's nobody there left to paint over it as you see that T-Tech from the side of Tenchi go out in the fight. But Finale able to retake control of the zone here, and it seems like this is something we've been seeing all set. Just fights happening on every part of the screen. No time for either team to react to it, or maybe too much time for either team to react to it. As we see Tenchi now able to take a few fights here, but Finale still holding on to the zone. 59 remaining for them. They are less than 20 points away from taking the lead. Here are some strikes coming out from Tenchi. Is it enough? Yes, it is. And Finale and Tenchi both trading away as usual here. No team able to hold on to a clear lead here. It looks like they finally met each other's match, but how long until we see a winner come out of this? Might just have to go to overtime at this rate.
That is 2 down for ASC Tenchi, but they are out of their penalty points. They're ticking down once more. They're out of the 30 threshold into the 27s. Alwo is going to pop the strikes, and the strikes are being popped by Finale as well, but even still, ASC Tenchi is making sure that the zone is coated in a pristine coat of orange. Even still, Finale is now starting to strike back here.
Oh, wow.
3 down for ASC Tenchi. Bet 365 is just cleaning up house. It is now just Lucky left to fend off against so much more chip damage from the pencil, from the machine. We're into the last minute, and Finale doesn't even have a lot of penalty points to work with. They're out of their penalty points now, but they lose control immediately after. Getting control right after, though, here, they can respond to anything that ASC Tenchi is starting to throw at them now.
And we have 3 more seconds left on the clock. Tenchi still holding on to the lead here. Finale been able to contest so far in every retake that Tenchi has had, but now Typhlo here with the roller currently sharking around the zone here, waiting for the next pick, and they do see a few players going down. Tenshi now 2 players down. Finale currently takes the zone. They have 1 player left. Do they know where Typhlo is? No one seems to know where Typhlo is, but that's the dangerous thing about this roller, is how deadly it could be on these flanks, but they do get at least 1 player down. It's a trade. How much does this trade do for Tenshi? We'll find out very soon. As we see Azuka take 2 players down, 3 now down for Tenshi. Finale holding on to the zone. We are going to be going into overtime with Finale holding on to the zone. A Crab coming out with taking out 2 players, and this could very well be it. If we see another player go down, this could be it for Finale as they try to secure it, but Typhlo coming in with the dry strikes. Is it enough to retake the zone? No, it's not. Yeah, maybe it is actually. Typhlo's still on the zone, and there's still nobody there, but it's a wipeout. And Tenshi able to get the zone yet again and hold on to a 1-point narrow lead.
What an insane overtime showcase, Nito, by AC Tenchi, even when Finale was taking down to the lead that AC Tenchi set here. A miraculous set of tri-strikes followed by Typhlo coming in with the bubbler, trying to at least provide basically buying enough time for Lucky to clean up the rest of the pieces and cap zone. There was 1 point. That was the 1-point differential, like you said here. ASC Tenchi is here to stay as we go into Game 4.
Whoo! Wow. Okay.
Oh, your voice is tired, man.
Yeah, no, I am gonna need to refill my water again after this. But that bubbler proved to be so much more useful than I made it out to be at the beginning of the set, because without that roller, Typhlo is in a much more difficult position to make that wipeout securing pick to get Tenshi over to Game 4. And just because of that, we are looking at a potential reverse sweep for Tenshi, but also another match point for Finale and another way to win, because this is still match point for them. And let's not forget that they were this close. And I say this by holding up my fingers where there's barely any space between them. This close to seeing Finale move on to semifinals.
Yeah, exactly. They are hanging on to a thread here. They need to make more magic happen as we go once again into Hagglefish zones here. That could be definitely something that could still work out for ASC Tenchi, especially considering they are running the bucket. We've seen we've seen a lot of bucket plays on Hagglefish zones, but also the fact that Typhlo can just has a lot more flat ground to work around, and the bubbler can still provide a lot more defense, especially considering Finale's specials.
Well, I mean, the one thing I want to see from Tenchi here is, oddly enough, keep the same comp, because I know Finale is going to run some level of what they've been running. I mean, they're definitely going to have a pencil here. I almost guarantee it. But Tenshi, with that, it seems like with that bubbler, there's just so much more they're able to do. They can physically hold the ground, and that's what they've been missing throughout this whole set. And they're going to keep that, as we can see right there. And so is Finale keeping their same comp. So it's going to be a race to the finisher, except we actually see the pencil coming out from Tenshi.
That being said, though, Yokaru is back on the Stamper. No more bucket switch up here. And I think definitely Stamper's a good pick here, specifically on Hagglefish Market here. The Soda has come out from ASC Tenchi as Finale will take the first zone. I think the shot on ASC Tenchi does have a Zuka ready to rip as Yokaru has gone down as well. It's just a constant fight for zone control, and it's looking like actually ASC Tenchi is actually lipping out on it as they manage to get zone, take lead, get rid of Yokaru. That is one less sword to worry about. And they're firing again on the Crab here. They're making sure a lot of these imminent threats from Finale are eliminated before they can even happen. They're blocking out Yarumimi. That way the machine can't harass them from a closer range to them. The bucket's gonna go down, but even still, they're past the 60 threshold, moving into the 57s. Yokaru does have the Zipcaster ready to rip, but ASC Tenchi is still holding Salwar. Actually, whoops, that's commentator's curse. I think Finale is starting to move in, and Yokaru has the Zipcaster. They have more members of ASC Tenchi in their sights as they're starting to push back into their spawn. Yokaru is gonna jump back to safety here.
And now Finale currently holding down for it. They go past mid and see how much they can secure with the Stamper and the Neo Machine. But that Stamper goes down. You see that Neo Machine's still up. No one's there to put the zone yet, which means these Tri-Strikes are going to contest it for a little longer. But that's the lead now for Finale. Finale now holding onto the zone. Now a few more picks coming in. Here's the roller from Tenchi, who's forced to back out. Not in time, though. Yokoru able to get that pick, and now we have a cooler coming out. Another pick coming out from the Stamper, and there is a lot more the Finale is able to do with this one. Still holding on to the zone, but now here comes a few specials from Tenchi. One more pick from Tenchi. Can we see another one? No, we do not. And now it's going to be left to this one rush shot. Can they get the zone in time? No, they don't. Finale easily swipes that zone away from Tenchi. And we will see Finale move on to semifinals.
That was definitely, what's it called? Even amidst AC Tenchi trying to at least work with what they learned from last game, trying to at least make sure that a lot of the playmakers from Finale, specifically the Stamper, as well as the bucket as well as both of their buckets, can't really provide a lot more pressure. The moment they realized that there was a lot more space to work with and had the resources necessary, Yokoru, Alex, Seb, they just decided to step on the pedal and never let go. They managed to drive it all the way in, taking game 4. We are still not seeing Barnacle in time.
Now, I mean, it's funny too, because this is the closest we've got to a Barnacle and Dime minus the sweeps we had earlier. It seemed like we would have had a game 5, but then we see Finale show up to game 4 and say, well, sorry, we had a seem to have let y'all slip up on that last one. We're gonna go ahead and come back. Here's the 100-0, and we're done.
Yeah,
And that's it.
Done and
No Barnacle and
dusted.
Dime for you.
Dusted out of this world here. Like you said, Finale are going to be up in winners bracket semis against whoever wins between Crispy and Cherry Wave. They are on game 2 right now. It's still a lot of heated battles over on winners bracket seed 3.1 here. We will probably be back after a little bit of a break here to get back to winners bracket semis here, as we're probably set to cast Kanden versus Pancakes and Eggs.
There's no better place to be on a Friday night than a Triton-Cup 97. Welcome back to our tournament. I'm Nino, joined by Frostix, and we are going to be heading towards the semifinals of the winner's bracket. This match being Camden versus Pancakes and Eggs, which sounds like a great breakfast item. Not sure something you'd want to look for in Friday night if you're in Europe, or Friday afternoon if you're here in the Americas. But pancakes and eggs is always a good thing to have. What am I talking
Yeah,
about?
you don't let breakfast prohibit what you have. Just do like most chain restaurants and start doing all day breakfast. If anything,
Goodness.
both Kanzen and Pancakes and Eggs are currently undefeated. Well, actually, that's kind of a given within the way the tournament works. But if anything, Pancakes and Eggs in particular have both been on a sweep, going 2-0 in winners bracket round 2 and 3-0 in winners bracket round 3 here. If Kanzen wins against Pancakes and Eggs, that breaks their streak. Or like, what can they? If anything, can they see? Can they? Oh man, I'm blanking. If anything, we are seeing Barnacle and Dime that is guaranteed on round 3.
There we go. Something we've been looking for during our commentary block. It's been so close yet so far on many occasions, especially last set. But we now have a guaranteed Barnacle and Dime block, and it's going to start here on Crab Leg zones. And looking at both of these teams, there are a lot of familiar names, familiar faces. In fact, two players on the side of Camden. One the Swimmer Sync tournament earlier this week as NFT days, and we see Yoshel as well. He's actually a member of the team that won in the zone back in January. So lots to play for and lots of skill between these teams.
Yeah, definitely. There is no reason, there is no misunderstanding on how they made it all the way to semifinals. Can they make it to winners bracket finals here? Of course, we'll have to go through these potential 5 games. Who knows, it may be another 3 or another 4 as we've seen in the past couple sets. Crableg. Oh, we can't even analyze about Great City over here as we're going in straight into game 1. Kanden is running both an E-liter scope as well as a range blaster. Meanwhile, Pancakes and Eggs are running. We're actually seeing Anthony with the 96 Deco here. That's something I have not seen in a bit.
Yeah, no kidding. Hey, there used to be a time when the E-Leader was the dominant force in backline or weapon comps all over the scene, and we're seeing a return of it here with Range Blast as well, but we see 2 players going down from Camden. Pancakes and Eggs making their way up slowly but surely with these players, and that's going to be another jump out for Camden. Pancakes and Eggs, though, holding on to the zone for the time being, and there's a quick snipe from Camden. That's the E-Leader player from Camden. Pancakes and Eggs now looking to be on the latter side of this as Camden holds on to this or takes control of the zone.
That being said, though, Anthony had to pop the Kraken in order to stay alive here. I'm not sure if that was definitely the play to make, especially since now Pancakes and Eggs is 1 Kraken less of a potential team push as they're all being corralled into a corner by Condon. Anthony is just running in and out of shots. They have Tsukasa in their sights, and an aerial direct will take out Anthony here. And I think they're going to pop the crab as well, but even still, Condon's hold remains strong. They lose control for a second, but take it right back here. Their penalty points are out. They've moved past the 50 thresholds. They're past the 40 thresholds and into the 30s. Pancakes and Eggs need to act fast.
In fact, fast, we are not seeing yet as Camden holding on to his control here, but it's actually Pancakes and Eggs that retake control of the zone. Pancakes and Eggs now trying to secure at least secure themselves past the penalties, and we see another burst bomb pick courtesy of Y, the one with the splash here. And now Pancakes and Eggs, they were being held back by all the stuff that Camden was able to bring out, and now that Camden needed some time to recover themselves, Pancakes and Eggs is able to set themselves up, and we were able to see what they can really do here. Seeing this combination of the crab and the slosher and all these players on the ledge here as Pancakes and Eggs this close to getting the lead, and they do.
Yeah, I think we've seen, maybe we can now see how Pancakes and Eggs have never dropped a map here. Even when Condon had an initial early predominant start to the match here, Pancakes and Eggs are just ticking ever closer to the knockout, and that's another map being taken by Pancakes and Eggs here. Their win record is looking to be unshaken as they take game 1 of winners bracket semis here.
Well, what do you do when you have a player that won in the zone? You do very well in split zones, as it turns out. I mean, yeah, fair enough. But with how well Pancakes and Eggs was able to hold on to that retake and pretty much secure the rest of the game from then on, it's no surprise that Pancakes and Eggs was able to just almost go entirely from about 90 to 0. So now that we're heading into ship shape, a map that we already talked about being lockout heavy, Pancakes and Eggs is looking at this and going, all right, yeah, this is a map where we want to be. This is where we want to be based on our comp and everything we pulled out so far. Why not? Let's go and do it.
We saw as soon as Pancakes and Eggs had enough space and had a lot of pressure alleviated from them from Condon, they immediately just clapped back with the pressure Condon applied right back at them. They were all posted up at the ledge, making sure that Condon can't just step out of their spawn platform. And that's something that we could potentially see from Pancakes and Eggs as well here. That being said, even when a ship shape match doesn't look to be lockout centric, even still, making sure that you can have good control of the bridge. We saw a lot of that within ASC Tenchi and Finale's match here. At least managing to at least get a lot of the high ground around zone is definitely something you got to look out for on ship shape.
Absolutely. And you mentioned that ASC Tenshi match. There's a lot of aggressive shooters we see on both sides, especially from the side of Condon, that those aggressive plays, those solo plays we might see may not be as effective as we might expect on any other map just because of this lockout nature. And I actually see more of those shooters from the side of Pancakes and Eggs. I see that Splash actually sticking out to me right away. So we'll see how that turns out. We see 4 players rushing this what is now the left stack on the side of Condon. They see 1 player going down. There is 1 player on zone for Condon. It's going to be this 52 gal. How long can they control the zone? They don't actually control the zone here. They just go straight back as we see Pancakes and Eggs going straight for the enemy territory here. 2 players going side by side, almost all the way together, but they do go down eventually, and Condon should be able to take control of the zone, and they do.
Not for long, though, as we see Anthony insane work with the Kraken, taking out at least 2 members of Condon, and Pancakes and Eggs take back zone just as fast as they lose it here. They're making sure they can have good control of the stacks with Y and Yosh are positioned up. Jordan is up on the front lines, making sure that they can get a lot of cheeky picks, providing a lot of pressure from beneath the ledges. The Wave Breaker is coming out from Condon. That's going to be some good support and scouting for them. But now Y is having a bridge duel with Tsukasa, and Anthony is just posted up at their front line, actually. They are at least 75% their way to a Kraken, and now they're running not just from pencil shots, but from lasers from the Killer Whale. And even still, Pancakes and Eggs are already into the 20 threshold. They have such an impressive lead here, and even when they lose control for a second, they retake it here. They're really close for a second knockout.
And close they are, and close they remain. 8 points remaining. Condon with a bit of pressure here. Is it enough to retake control? No, maybe not, because players going down already. Pancakes and Eggs have little to nothing stopping them as they win game 2 and get themselves ever so close to what is going to be what could be one of the quicker sweeps we see throughout our commentary block.
This could be the case, but even when we are in match points, we actually will see Particle in Time for the first time, at least in our block here. But enough about Game 3, let's talk about what happened in Game 2 here. Just stellar amount of zone presence and map control coming in from Pancakes and Eggs. They at least managed to hold up the backline as well, making sure that any flanks that Condon was trying to do were always checked here. And the frontline pressure was definitely applied by the Bucket and the 92 gal.
Oh yeah, no, there is a lot of pressure being applied by both of those, and there's a lot of value to be put in 2 shooter mains, or 2 shooter players rather, that can coordinate. And just to a degree, when you get to this higher level of competitive Splatoon, it's almost like they're not coordinating. It just seems like they're working so well, knowing one another and being able to work off of one another, just knowing each other's play styles to the point where maybe there's nothing to be discussed. All you need to do is go in there, you know what the other player is gonna do. Let's just go in there and see how many picks we can take off of that. And that's what's working out so well for Pancakes and Eggs, knowing that they could place all this confidence into both of these players. Just go out. We'll hold on to the zone. Everyone else go have fun. Condon, I mean, anytime you're in a 2v1 situation, that instantly becomes disadvantageous for you. Something you can get out of, but not something you're gonna get out of very easily.
Yeah, definitely. You need to just constantly watch your six. If anything, if you're on Kandan here, the front lines are just moving in and out of fights here. And now we are in match point. We're finally going to see Barnacle and Dime. We're going to be seeing from Kandan the same comp once again as usual. Meanwhile, Pancakes and Eggs is also with the same comp. I think even still, Kandan is absolutely confident in their comp, making sure they just need to up the ante on what they're already doing, making sure that they can just go double time, especially now that it's match point here. Pancakes and Eggs have already made presence onto zone. Anthony is already going to go down. Soda's coming out for Pancakes and Eggs. Tsukasa's applying a lot more pressure with the Range Blaster up on Kandan's plat here. And now Pancakes and Eggs are moving back here as Kandan will take first point.
And not just with that Range Blaster, but also with this special that they have now with the Wave Breaker. No longer do they have to sacrifice one player for a Kraken. They do still have that player. But how much is it going to be doing for them as we see him going down very quickly here? Condon now on the offensive, but Pancakes and Eggs holding on to control the zone here as they retake the lead. And Pancakes and Eggs going past 70 remaining. Can they hold on to this zone? They do. Can they do something with these tri-strikes? Maybe not, but they still hold on to the zone. Condon held back for a few seconds, but now they've got all firepower to contest this. And we're still seeing Pancakes and Eggs holding on to this zone. How long did this control last? We'll find out very quickly here. Both of them still contesting it, but Pancakes and Eggs, hold on.
That is just insane defensive work from Pancakes and Eggs. I don't think that was barely any specials that Pancakes and Eggs applied, even when Condon looked to be using everything they had to retake zone. And now Pancakes and Eggs is moving past the 30 threshold. I think someone just fell off into the water from Pancakes and Eggs. I think that's the splash, but the bucket does have the tri-strikes. Anthony is in position. Jordan in tow here. The tri-strikes have come out. Jordan is now in a 2v1 scenario, but even still, Condon managing to take control and applying a 66 penalty points to Pancakes and Eggs here. They're in for a much longer fight than they anticipated.
That was an unfortunate spot for Jordan to at least pop those tri-strikes. Him and Condon can paint the zone, repaint over those strikes, and we'll just wait for Jordan to make an approach. But Condon now in control of the zone. I've already eliminated those penalty points. There were a few of them to begin with, but they were able to retake control here. 57 remaining, 56, 54, but there's a double from Jordan, who's able to use that splash wall to their advantage. 45 remaining now for Condon. Pancakes and Eggs still trading picks here, and now they have more to control the zone here. You have a few more picks to go. Condon still holding on. 30 points remaining. And it's still anybody's guess as to who's going to hold on. But it looks like Pancakes and Eggs might finally have their number here. Two players going down. Pancakes and Eggs hit some strikes on the zone, and they're back in control.
They are back in control indeed, and Anthony's Kraken is just commanding so much presence. You don't want to be on the zone floor when a Kraken lies in wait here. And now the Pencil's just taking stray shots against the Crab. They're going to take the Crab out here mid-special, and Anthony's once again posted up at the front line. They're going to take Tsukasa out. They have Bake in their sights. I don't think the Pencil is going to go down just yet, but the mid-plat is being occupied by Pancakes and Eggs. Jordan and Anthony are taking to the front line here. They're under pressure from bomb spam. They're under pressure from a 3v1. Anthony's going down here, but Pancakes and Eggs are almost out of their penalty points, but they are down on numbers as Condon is now storming the line here. The Crab and the rest of Condon are moving in. Pancakes and Eggs has 50 penalty points to work with, and now Y is just under siege. They're going down here, and Pancakes and Eggs are getting a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about under siege here. That is an incredibly aggressive move up here from Condon, who earlier were just barely getting past mid, but now look at how much paint they have on the ground on the territory of Pancakes and Eggs. How long does it last, though? We'll see real soon here as we see another trade-off there. Here comes the tri-strikes from Pancakes and Eggs. Condon now still holding on to the zone. How long does it last? Not very long, as we see Jordan able to get a pick there. That pick being enough to paint the zone blue. And there's a minute to go. Pancakes and Eggs still hold on to the lead, and they still have to get rid of this penalty. But Condon this closer to retaking the lead with 50 seconds left, but they do go 2 players down. Pancakes and Eggs almost always keeping Condon on their toes, especially with these picks. Nothing yet from Condon to respond with 40 seconds to go. Pancakes and Eggs closer to a KO.
Yeah, and they are out of their penalty points now. Kanza needs to act, and they need to act fast here. Tsukasa does have the wave breaker, but the tri-strikes have immediately come out from Pancakes and Eggs here. They do have a much longer penalty point bonus once Kanzen flipped the zone, and that's a wipeout for Kanzen here. I think Kanzen just needs to make this push work into overtime. There's 37 penalty points and counting here. They're already posted up at their base here. No specials are online yet, but they need to make this push overtime work, and they need to make it count here. The 52 has already gone down here. The splash on Pancakes and Eggs has the crab here, and they're already under pressure by Tsukasa. The range blaster can provide a lot of pressure. Here comes the soda for Pancakes and Eggs. They need to act fast now that Kanzen is out of their penalties. The tri-strikes have come out from Jordan here. Zone is in neutral, and now Pancakes and Eggs are moving in. It's just Risu and Tsukasa left, and there it is! Pancakes and Eggs have shut down Condon's overtime push, and with 3-0, once again, no maps have been dropped by Pancakes and Eggs, the winner of Winners Bracket Semis, moving into Winners Bracket Finals.
Wow, those last few minutes of the match told me something, and it's that you can never ever lose sight of what's going on in a match, because Condon actually looked very solid those last 2 retakes that they had in this match. But all of a sudden, Pancakes and Eggs just comes in with the same energy on their retakes, and all of a sudden, Condon says, "Well, we need to focus. Well, we're dividing our focus between keeping the zone and holding on for dear life, and also making sure we don't see a player like Anthony from Pancakes and Eggs sneak by our side and just completely ruin our hold." So what happens here is that you're dividing your attention so much that Pancakes and Eggs just says, "All right, well, he's over there, they're over there, they're over there. Let's come in and take both of these players out," and all of a sudden we will just and all of a sudden they're going to control the zone again. There's nothing that Condon does at that point, because they've already lost 2 players, and whatever hold they had is completely gone.
Yeah, you do not want to divide your forces too thin. And if anything, Pancakes and Eggs were able to divide their forces really well, at least making sure they at least have a good amount of people left to recap zone in case a frontline, like say Anthony or say I think it was Jordan, that in case they go down, and if they were trying to pull a flank or pull a sneaky to the front line here, they at least have Yoshel as well as Yeti to at least stay back, cap zone, at least hold zone amidst all the firepower that Kandan had. They had a lot of valuable specials that could have been used, or that we've seen them cap zones with. We've seen the crab, even still, the Booyah Bomb. Tsukasa specifically, I'd just like to say they're just really good with that range blaster here. Normally, you'd anticipate a lot of CRB, maybe specifically within zones, but a lot of vanilla range blasters also used within zones here. Wavebreaker is definitely, I'd say maybe an underrated special.
No, Wavebreaker is certainly something to look forward to, especially when you have a team like Pancakes and Eggs on the other side, with how much they like to spread your attention and get people on one side just so they can send people on the other side and completely knock you off your feet. But ultimately, that's what gets Pancakes and Eggs. This 3-0 sweep, as you see on your screen here. But you're also going to see is a quick break from us. Don't go anywhere though, because on the other side of this break is going to be winners finals, and a, that's going to be between Pancakes and Eggs and the winner of Crispy versus Finale. Currently, Crispy up 2-0 against Finale, but we're going to have that set for you pretty soon here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more action from Triton-Cup 97.
We have reached winners bracket finals here on Triton-Cup 97 here. Fresh off the decisive 3-0 sweep by Pancakes and Eggs. Pancakes and Eggs are now up against the winners of the other semis match, Crispy, who won up against familiar team Cherry Wave here. We're going into game 1, which will be on Splat Zone's Hagglefish Market Nido. This match will basically secure who gets to go into grand finals.
Right, and there's no surprise that we are seeing both of these teams in at least in winners finals, because we have a Div 1 winner in Punchy, at least on the side of Crispy. And then, I mean, I told you all about Pancakes and Eggs. We have a player on their team that won this week's Swimmer Sync, so we have all the high level gameplay to look forward to. The question is, what are we going to see right now that we head into winners finals? It's going to be a best of 5 set as you're used to. We're going to start, like you said, on Hacklefish zones, and we've seen enough from both teams to know that these comps are going to be standard. It's going to be more like what you see in. I think it's going to be more like what you see. Although we did see an E leader earlier, do like that kind of experimentation, but I mean, everyone's works with the meta. The meta works so well, and we're gonna see more of it here. I do want to see, almost see a decaf here, just because I like the sides here leave so much room for something like that.
Yeah, definitely. The side lanes are just a decapitator's are just a decapitator's playground here. So much movement, and even when the tent would usually be the tent spot on Hagglefish is like a place that Swatanas like to camp in. More specifically, the Wiper, as well as the Stamper here. Even still, the steps as well as an enemy team spawn can just be just a spot where the decapitator could be moving around here. That being said, I'm unsure whether or not we did see that Pancakes and Eggs were working a lot more with a more ranged midline oriented comp. Here, a lot of their frontline push came from longer range weapons, specifically the V bucket as well as the 96 gal here. I'm actually, I guess, scouting Crispy's comp here. Specifically, one of them, Reiki, is a Stamper player. I think I was watching their stream earlier as they took out finale to get into winners bracket finals here.
All right. Now, this is going to be a matchup to where it's going to be decided. And I think this is a metric that we've been seeing a majority of these sets to where it's going to be decided within the first minute. Whichever team gets the bigger push within that first minute, all of a sudden just has to hold on, because now you got another team on the other side that's frantically trying to get back at that lead. And we've seen it from both of these teams, the way they play. They all of a sudden start making these riskier plays. Maybe we'll send one player on for a solo flank, or maybe we'll send two players in and just have them try to wreak havoc. We're going to see it here. We've seen it on most of these teams, or most of these matches. So I think game one is going to be no different, but I'm always open to surprise, and I'm always open to commentators cursing myself, which is might just be what we see here.
Surely, surely not here. This definitely, we are still, I guess, waiting a little bit more just to get the teams prepped up here. After Hagglefish Market, we're going to be going into Mahi Mahi zones, then into, then into museum zones, then into two maps that we've seen before in this stream, specifically Humpback as well as Robo Ramen.
Right. And the thing about it's funny because these two maps were starting out with Hacklefish and Mahi zones. These two are among the flattest maps you're going to see this whole game. And then all of a sudden we changed to museum, we changed to humpback, we changed to robo ramen, and now it becomes a question of ledges, it becomes a question of holdouts, it becomes a question of what do we see in terms of what's below the ledges here. So I'm interested to see how both teams manage that move, especially within these first two games, what they come out with, and then since game three is guaranteed, what do they come out with in game three that both of these teams look at it and go, all right, well, let's come back to game three and let's come back to a map with many more elevation change. We'll bring in a blaster or slosher or like maybe even a roller. I've seen rollers do very well on museum.
Even so, I've also seen a lot of buckets do well in museum, and Pancakes and Eggs has that in spades, definitely. That we A lot of the matches that we've casted so far in this block have all been relative sweeps, set aside from the one time we went to game 4 here. I'm interested to see, will we actually take it all the way to game 5? it, yeah, it just really does depend on how long can both teams, I guess, fare against each other as we now go in to our first match of winners brackets finals. What are we going to be seeing from Crispy? What are we going to be seeing from Pancakes and Eggs? Crispy is running that Stamper as well as the Bucket and Splash and Pencil. And Pancakes and Eggs is running what we saw from last time before we went on break. And as we go into this match, let's see what these teams have to offer.
Well, Crispy is exactly what it says on the tin because they have players that make out the name Crispy. And Pancakes and Eggs is going on with a similar comp that we saw earlier. They actually have that the 96 Scout Deco now. The 96 Scout Deco with the Kraken, so give them another opportunity to get in. But they're certainly going to need it soon because they've already gone 3 players down and delayed triple there. But here comes Anthony, 2 players down already with that Kraken. No one else in sight, unfortunately for them, as Pancakes and Eggs has lost control of the zone here. They might get it back. They do get it back very quickly there as Pancakes and Eggs now seeing a few trades here. On the other side, on Crispy's tent there, you actually see the splash from Crispy now pulling out the crab. But it's like I said here, whichever team gets the bigger push in this first few minutes of the game, or first minute of the game, could just be the winner here. But with both of these teams just 3 points away from one another, no team has this bigger push. This is going to be likely what we see for the rest of the set, or rest of the game.
Yeah, it's neck and neck here. The lead is just easily attainable, as we're seeing actually from Crispy here. They're closing it in on the 76 that Pancakes and Eggs has, and now they're moving into the 60 thresholds here. Even when Pancakes and Eggs start to apply a little bit of pressure here, whether that be from Wise Crab as we're seeing here, as well as Anthony's cracking here, actually they're applying a lot of pressure, as the rest of it, I think Crispy is now starting to rotate, starting to move out here, but even still, the Crab is just firing back at Pancakes and Eggs. They're starting to be displaced here. They're all caught within one corner, and now here, the Crab is actually going to get punished for pushing forward by Jordan here. They're stuck in the side lanes against, I think that is the Stamper here. It's now a duel, and now Jordan's going down here. Crispy is still in control. The leads are still close. They're at 68 and 60 respectively. And Crispy is actually counting down. The Stamper has just taken out Yosh here. That's no backline for Pancakes and Eggs. And now Crispy's moving into the 40 threshold. And they're just stopping Pancakes and Eggs at any opportunity they have. They're pushing forward, actually.
Wow, okay, Crispy now in the lead by a large margin compared to earlier. Crispy now dueling crabs here on one on the 10, the other one in the zone. Crispy still holds on to the zone, but there are no more specials coming out from Pancakes and Eggs. Crispy still getting a few picks here. 7 ticks to go. There is a delayed pick there from Anthony. Is it enough to retake control of the zone? The zone goes neutral as the game ends, and Crispy takes it by a thread, and it's going to be a KO on the record books.
Yeah, and if anything, that is now Pancakes and Eggs' first map drop here in this Triton-Cup, in comparison to Crispy, who also has never dropped a match here. I really should have said that no matter what, one of these teams is going to be bound to drop a map here, and it looks like that is going to be Pancakes and Eggs, as Crispy will take Hagglefish Market as we move on to Mako Mart, as we move into Mahi Mahi Resort.
Mahi Mahi Resort is going to be the perfect place for Crispy, because as much as I wanted to say Pancakes and Eggs had that in the bag there, and they certainly did, Crispy, it seemed like they weren't being picked off as much as Pancakes and Eggs were, and that led to a clear difference in which team was staggered and which team wasn't. I mean, it almost sounds like something I need to give more analysis to. It sounds vague, but it's very much true. Crispy just had the numbers all the time. They kept it together. They kept a few people on zone and said, all right, well, we can hold it from here. And we'll see if we can see more of that in this second game, which is zones on Mahi Mahi Resort.
No more time to analyze, as we're going to start reviewing these team comps. What are we going to see from Crispy? Crispy's running a whole lot of the usual. Are we going to see a final comp switch from Pancakes and Eggs? No, we're not. Once again, these teams are absolutely confident in their picks, and when there's confidence, there is, resolve to get this second game going here. and it's looking like Crispy's already gotten 2 people on points here. Rize does have the Stamper here. They're applying a lot more pressure with the charge slap onto Jordan. Anthony's already gone down. Jordan is under fire by the rest of Crispy. Jordan's gonna go down, and it's only Yosh and Y left as Crispy has a total hold onto not just the zone, but as mid as a whole. They're already pushed up, and Y's gonna pop the crab here, firing back. They're gonna take out the Stamper here. Who are they gonna get next here? Anthony is just weaving in and out of fights, as we've seen Anthony do in the last set as well. And they're already almost close to that Kraken that they've been known to cause so much trouble with.
There is a solo fight I saw from Crispy earlier. Oh, Anthony with a wrong turn there goes into the water as Crispy looks to actually doesn't have the players up forward to retake the zone. It's going to be Pancakes and Eggs retaking control of this game and taking control of the lead here with a minute off the clock. You actually see that funny enough, that the pencil on the side of Crispy just standing there for a second, but we are currently all back into the game. 2 players going down for Pancakes and Eggs. Crispy going back to what they've been doing best, and what I saw in the earlier part of the game, it was the Slosher and the Stamper trading off that position under the ledge where Yoshi is right now outside of Pancakes and Eggs. But it's another repeat of what we saw in the first couple of minutes in the last match. It's going to be a trade-off here between both teams. Crispy going to take this lead very soon here.
Yeah, Crispy getting a wipeout here, continuing their hold as they take back the lead here. Crispy now has 2 specials ready to roll. They have the strikes ready, and they're immediately going to toss it out to push Pancakes and Eggs further back into the depths of their spawn. Anthony's actually making work. The Kraken is rising, and they have both the Stamper here. I think they have the Stamper, and I think there's 3 people that Anthony has in their sights here, but now Anthony's Krakenless and is working in an elevated position. I don't think anyone's noticed Anthony, and they've managed to call Jordan to their position. They're going to take out the pencil as well here. They're 2 members down, but even still, Pancakes and Eggs has their resources spread too thin, and they can't really execute a push as a team. And it's looking like actually no, they managed to at least spread the resources thin enough to at least take zone back and apply a 45 penalty points penalty to Crispy. And now Pancakes and Eggs turn to start holding.
And it's almost like that Anthony being on what is now the left side of your screen there was perfect for Pancakes and Eggs, because that meant whatever Crispy was focusing on earlier, Anthony could just provide jumps, and all of a sudden, Pancakes and Eggs is all over your left side, and now you don't know what to do because you weren't expecting 3 of them to just appear out of thin air like that. So Pancakes and Eggs takes advantage of that, almost takes the lead here, but Crispy holds on to the zone here and continues to hold on to the lead for the game. But Anthony here taking a few picks with this Kraken, doesn't slip out of the water this time, at least able to hold on to it and able to hold on to the control there, but no picks as we see a 3v1 clear a pick for Pancakes and Eggs. Crispy currently looking for way back in.
Yep, it's 28-29. The lead margin is a single point here. Pancakes and Eggs is already out of the 20 thresholds in their penalty points, moving out of the 10s and now into the single digits here. Y has popped the crab. Anthony is now on elevation here. They're firing on all cylinders as Pancakes and Eggs will retake the lead here. They're moving past the 20 thresholds and into the 10s. Y is going to go down to the Slosher as it pops out the tri-strikes. That's going to go down to Anthony, but even still, Crispy's going to take zone back. Pancakes and Eggs is going to take the zone back once again. Jordan is just holding their ground against the splash, against the pencil, and now the Stamper is just working mid-air, taking out Yosh. Y's in their sight next here. No one can escape. Rize is here. They're taking out 2, and now it's Crispy's turn to work their way out of their penalty points as 1 minute is left on the clock here. Pancakes and Eggs needs to make this hold work.
And they need to make this retake work as well. Crispy still has resources spread thin, especially with Anthony now on this side of the map again. It's almost like a bit of deja vu, except Crispy now has their eyes on Anthony, but that's not enough. Pancakes and Eggs already has 3 players near the zone. It's all left to this one crab, but contested by 3 other players. It's going to be difficult for this crab to do anything, and it does eventually go down. Zone being contested yet again by Crispy, though, as that one crab was being contested. Everyone else with Crispy able to come back in. Is it enough for Crispy to provide the attack? No, it maybe not, because we still see those penalty points come down. But Crispy now providing the retake, now providing the contesting. Now with 10 seconds to go, it's going to be close for both of these teams. Crispy still holding on, and there it is, able to maintain zone control as we're going to almost certainly head into overtime.
And overtime is on now. Crispy needs to work past the 10 threshold, and they're working past it really fast here. They need to be 14. That's easily accessible, and especially now that Pancakes and Eggs doesn't have their backline here. They're actually being forced out of their spawn. Anthony's once again on elevation here. They have taken down the soda. The Tri-Strikes have popped out from Pancakes and Eggs, and an immediate blitzkrieg retake from Pancakes and Eggs in overtime will secure game 2 from themselves. It's not match point yet as we move on to game 3. They managed to clap back, Nito.
Wow. Okay. Well, and I say wow, okay a lot because there's a lot of things going on within the last few games that have caught my attention. So now, all of a sudden, Crispy has these moments where maybe it was Anthony on the left side of their map just completely by the wayside. Nobody notices. All of a sudden, there's 3 players there. Pancakes and Eggs retakes control. It's starting to become it's starting to become somewhat of a thing for Crispy to just kind of lose focus, start tunnel visioning on one thing, and all of a sudden, Pancakes and Eggs is down. Is getting your team 2 players down. All of a sudden, they're this far up. All of a sudden, we have our focus on the wrong spot, and now we need to find a way to get ourselves refocused. And this is what Pancakes and Eggs is taking advantage of. And this is what we might see more of as we head into this game.
Yeah, we're going into Museum. Delfonsino, you said earlier that what's it called? Was it blasters that work a lot here within I guess within Museum, or was it sloshers?
It was blasters and sloshers, honestly. I think both of those go hand in hand, especially on maps like this. And we're gonna see how they go hand in hand, and especially if we see one. I know I saw one from Pancakes and Eggs. We'll see one for you. Yeah, no, sorry. We saw one for Crispy. Pancakes and Eggs might also have one. Yes, they do. They're bringing it out here.
Yeah, exactly. Not to mention here, the Stamper on Crispy has a lot more spots to latch onto with that Zipcaster, and a lot more spots to start flanking him. There's a lot more spinners to work around, especially around mid. It's a lot volatile, and Jordan is just in their backline. They're gonna take out the splash first here. That's one less crab to worry about if you're Pancakes and Eggs. It's an absolute skirmish in mid, and that skirmish is going to be won by Pancakes and Eggs. They're immediately going to take they're gonna put a sprinkler onto the mid spinner, and Y's gonna pop the crab. I think the Stamper has not a lot of space to run down to as they trade Jordan. It's what's it called? And now the crab is going to come out from Crispy as well here in order to potentially get a retake as they lose control and as the Stamper is on the scene with the Zipcaster.
Here comes the Zipcaster from Crispy. Is it enough? No, it's not. It's very shot down very quickly here by Y, at least. The splash player from Crispy. Or from Pancakes and Eggs, as Pancakes and Eggs retakes control of the zone here. They didn't have that many penalty points to begin with, so it's going to be right back to cutting down this lead. And like I said earlier, this could be a game that's decided in the first minute, and this is a huge lead for Pancakes and Eggs, rather, as Crispy currently focusing on Jordan here. Jordan now able to get at least one pick during this skirmish, but now both teams are 2 players down. There are 2 players from Pancakes and Eggs, and they don't notice a crab here from the side, and they don't know, do they notice the disconnect here? There's a disconnect on Crispy, but I believe that's too late for disconnect rules. They're going to just have to play this one out.
Oh no, another disconnect on stream. It's really unfortunate on Crispy's end as the rest of Pancakes and Eggs are just going to immediately push up here Anthony Y. And actually, S is trying to put up a fight, trying to recap zone with the with the Tri-Strikes, but now as the battle comes to a timely end, is this going to be we're gonna have to reconsult the good old disconnect rules to see who takes the set here, and that is actually gonna go to Pancakes and Eggs. It's now match point on Crispy as we go onto Humpback Pump Track. Where have I seen this before? I swear the last time a disconnect happened, we immediately went into Humpback and Pump Track.
No, that was a few sets ago, and I know exactly what you were talking about. Just need to remember the teams. That was AC Tenchi versus Finale. And funny enough, that one ended 3-1. We're looking at a situation that could also end 3-1. Now that we possibly have Pancakes and Eggs taking this one. I know we were past the 50 remaining mark. So all right. There.
Okay.
So we just heard that we might be seeing a replay instead, which is definitely fair. I mean, we see both of these teams actually before the disconnect were facing a very close set. It was just that pancakes and eggs coming out with the stronger push that could have been the one to decide the set. But of course, with that disconnect, the world will never know.
Hmm. So we are going to be going into a replay. Match point is no longer on Crispy's end. That's a lot more. That's a lot more leeway to work with here. And if anything, before that disconnect did happen, I think Crispy was definitely starting to find their ground, finding their rhythm, making sure that they can at least win the important duels. I guess specifically against the bucket, especially I'd say both buckets on both teams can specifically provide a lot more pressure from these ledges that are very abundant within Museum D'Alfonsino.
Right. And this is one thing I was actually looking out for because I mentioned it at the end of game two, set where it seemed like Crispy lost sight of their objective there. And then all of a sudden, Pancakes and Eggs was able to take advantage of it. I see at one point Crispy having two players on zone. All of a sudden, there is a crab to their right. And now you have Jordan here just having to lose a fight against one of your players. So now we have two players left on zone. They're two-handed playing against the crab. It's a scary situation for him, but Pancakes and Eggs, either they are taking advantage of that fact or they're taking advantage of the shape and the map style of museums. So I want to see more of that as we head for a possible replay and maybe even see Crispy try to say, all right, well, we know they're going to divide our attention. All of a sudden, we might have a crab that comes in as soon as we're take zone. What do we do then?
Yeah, exactly. You need to at least make sure that you have enough resources just in case something sporadic happens. I guess in Crispy's case, in case Anthony starts popping in, getting a lot of kills when they least expect it, and in terms of pancakes and eggs, what happens when the Stamper starts wreaking havoc in the back line? They both have a lot of interesting frontline options. I think that's more interesting in terms of pancakes and eggs case here. Definitely just a lot to look out for if you're on both teams, and especially with the new terrain that Museum D'Alfonsino has, a lot of more spaces to occupy if you're the pencils on both teams. The spinners as well. The spinners, the upwards plats here. It just truly depends. Maybe on positioning. I'd say, yeah, probably on positioning.
Most likely. And positioning, funny enough, plays what I was talking about earlier. But again, seeing this is just based off of what I saw in the art piece before where we are now, which I don't know that we've seen an update yet. It looks like we're still looking for possibly a replay in this set. But either way, it was this from what we saw. It was closer to being another match point for pancakes and eggs. And as we mentioned earlier, before we heard mentions of a replay, it was starting to look like ASC Tenchi versus Finale all over again, which you know what is actually it's a fairly good comparison. We saw our KO from Crispy, and then pancakes and eggs starts to come back. But that last set was more of a reverse sweep. This one is still seems like it's all for the taking.
Yeah, definitely say that. So here, we still are waiting to see whether or not we will see the replay or whether or not we're going to go straight into game four. Oh man, it's just really decisive. It's honestly just the fact that you did mention AC Tenchi is it AC Tenchi versus Finale? It's funny because Crispy did win against Finale in what's it called in semis earlier, and now we are going to be loading into the replay of game three. Forget that last game happened. There totally wasn't a disconnect here. And now, are we loading a bit longer than usual? Oh, no, I lied. We're now going into it. Will we see any comp changes? Probably not, because these teams comps do and have been working.
And here we are once again, game three, Museum. And both of these teams, of course, no major comp changes. We actually see Jordan not painting here. That's going to be very important because no paint means nobody notices it anytime they check the map. So we just see Jordan come in like it's nobody's business. Pancakes and eggs now up to about 90 remaining within the first match. So that is a huge, nice little sneak up there from Pancakes and eggs, especially Jordan.
And the front line push still isn't over as Y and Anthony have popped their specials in unison to attack the front line. trying shots from the crab and assaulting it and just like making sure the team is under siege by the by the Kraken. And Jordan's just sitting on the spinner once again at an elevation here, and it's looking like Pancakes and Eggs are looking for a lockout, but it's looking like the splash will shut out Jordan, and now is going to attack the point, accompanied by the tri-strike from the rest of Crispy here. They need to apply those penalty points, and fast, as Pancakes and Eggs recap the zone. Anthony's just in the midst of a firefight, a 2v1, they go down here, as Pancakes and Eggs are deadly close to a knockout. And there it is! Yeah, there it is!
Well, that was, it was a completely different Game 3 than what we saw before the replay. It was like, here's me talking about this one push from Jordan, where there's one sneaky flank from Jordan, and now all of a sudden, hey, it's a knockout. I mean, there's not much to talk about almost. It's just like, we went straight for the knockout.
Yeah, it's once they started to make their presence known, already hidden within their front lines, specifically Jordan, just making sure that at least their presence on the map isn't known because of the lack of blue paint. They managed to get a good clean pick onto Crispy's splash, and now we're gonna be immediately loading into Game 4. We're going into Humpback Pump Track now. We're actually gonna see Game 4 for the first time. And now let's just see what these teams will show up with.
I'm expecting nothing different. We're not seeing anything different from Crispy. Neither are we seeing it from Pancakes and Eggs, as both of these teams get ready for Game 4. Pancakes and Eggs on match point. They did exceptionally well in the last match. Now we're on Humpback Pump Track, a map that is not quite as similar. I mean, there's a lot more fluctuation, I think, in these elevation changes, but it's going to be Crispy that takes control of the zone first. Possibly take control of the zone first. Sorry, correcting myself there. And no team has yet to control this zone or maintain it until Pancakes and Eggs comes in and says, we'll take that from here. Here comes Y with the Splash-O-Matic, and now backing out very quickly here. Pancakes and Eggs doing what they do best, and it's still 3 players down. My goodness.
Yeah, Anthony's once again into their front line, under siege by the Kraken once more. Jordan is also lying in tow. They are under the ledge with the Slosher. They're here to back up Anthony, and Anthony's gonna trade with the Splash. Once more, Crispy has no crab to work with in this push, and Pancakes and Eggs has a very solid, firm grasp onto zone, but that may just not be the case here. The tri-strikes are coming out from Pancakes and Eggs here. There are at least 2 members of Crispy on the scene here. The zone is predominantly orange, and now Crispy will retake zone here and flush the rest of Pancakes and Eggs out, as there is 3 down, and the Stamper's gonna jump back to safety post Zipcaster here.
And now 80 ticks remaining for Crispy. Pancakes and Eggs now on the other side of what was once their dominant maintaining of the zone. Now they're looking at how do we get back in. It's now down to about 50 remaining, and it looks like Pancakes and Eggs might be able to get their way back in. They're slowly sneaking up to this zone here. And in fact, Crispy takes the lead here, but it won't last long. No, it doesn't last long for Crispy. Pancakes and Eggs able to retake control of the zone here by the Slosher, or sorry, not the Slosher, the Splash-O-Matic here on the side of Crispy, able to retake control of the zone with help from the other players. And here comes Anthony with the Kraken now getting a few more picks. And back and forth these teams are going, as we seem to have gotten the long pushes out of the way. And now we're starting to get to the skirmishier part of this match.
Yeah, especially now that Crispy has retaken lead from Pancakes and Eggs here. The Splash is fighting the crab off into the trenches, and now it's looking like Yosh is the only one left on point alongside Y here to fend off at least 3 people from Crispy here. The crab has come out from Pancakes and Eggs. What's it called? They are down the Splash, and now the Stamper is just making quick work of everyone here. Actually, they're going to take out Jordan, but Anthony is going to take out the Stamper, and that's 2 down for Anthony once again. Like I said earlier, when the Kraken is on zone, you must respect the space here, lest you get fired off by the 96 or be charged down by that Kraken Deluxe here. I think the rest of of Crispy is trying to at least relocate, try to find a way to at least take this push in a smart direction. The crab has come out from Crispy. They're going to take out Anthony. That's already one down here, but they are going to lose the lead here, and now they're in control. They are still ticking down here, and they're going to lose control now as Crispy is retaking the zone as fast as they lost in here. The Stampers skirmishing in their spawn. They're going to get taken down by Jordan, and the Tri-Strikes are coming out from Pancakes and Eggs. They immediately recap zone, and Anthony and the rest of Pancakes and Eggs are on scene.
Pancakes and Eggs now holding on to the zone. As we've seen from the rest of this match, this hold could last 5 seconds or the rest of the way through. As Anthony comes out with the Kraken, Anthony being able to do so much of this Kraken. This is no different. 2 picks already down for Crispy. Pancakes and Eggs. Now another one from Anthony, this time with a 96 Scout Deco in their hands. 30 ticks remaining. The penalty is now over. They have people going all the way up in Pancakes or in Crispy territory, but with a minute to go, Crispy now pulling out the specials, knowing that they need to make this push here, or else Pancakes and Eggs gets the knockout win. They do have players on the zone, and they will be able to retake the control of the zone here. Anthony in a bit of trouble with 2 players from Crispy surrounding them, but they go down. Anthony's still up. Clear still up from Pancakes and Eggs. How long does this last? It's going to be a bit of a skirmish here on this left side of the zone here. 2 players down. Wow, I think that was a fall off there with the pick, but 30 seconds to go. Pancakes and Eggs retake control, but Crispy, like we've seen, the rest of this match, it's contested back and forth.
Yep, exactly. We are sub 30 seconds into this match here. It's looking like Crispy needs to make this push work into overtime. They need to go through their vast penalty point difference. They're moving past the 20s into the 10s here. Then they need to make it all the way to 7 here. This is going to be a very upward hill for Crispy to climb, but it's looking like they have the resources to do it here. The Splash is staying with the Crab here. They're almost out of the penalty points as overtime will commence here. They're closing down Y here, but it's, what's it called? Both Splashes have gone down. That's 2 people down on each team, and now it's just left to the Splash and the Pencil to ensure that it's neutral. And no! Pancakes and Eggs shutting down Crispy's overtime push here to take game 4. And with 1 to 3 here, Pancakes and Eggs will be moving on into grand finals.
Well, that's a new one. I don't think I've ever seen a pick from an opposing player being used to retake control of a zone, especially in overtime. That is something I haven't seen in ever, really. But with how back and forth that game was, I know I mentioned it over and over again because of just how much both of these teams were trading control of the zone, how much these teams were trading picks. It almost seemed like that was an appropriate ending for one Pencil against 2 other players and another that just dropped down mere seconds before you took control of the zone for that game to end.
Yeah, here. Yeah, I definitely agree, Nito. That was such a climactic final match of this of winner brackets final, winners bracket finals here. There were just certain points of the match when the lead was just deadly close here, and it was just constant back and forth from other teams here. Both the Stamper was wreaking havoc in the backline. Both Splashes, I think, were operating at their peak, making sure that they can pop their Crab in such useful positions here, and making sure they can apply more pressure onto not just a retake, but onto a hold as well. The Pencils, of course, holding down the line, making sure they can get some picks from a distance, providing the soda and the buckets. The buckets are just operating also perhaps at their peak within the set, making sure that they can use the amount of ledges here just to their advantage. Oh man, we don't need to go to game 5 once again here, Nito, as winner's bracket is now coming to a close, and as we will probably start switching comms as we move on to the flip side of the bracket.
Yeah, no, I think our next comm block may have more luck finding that coveted game 3 or game 5, but it's certainly not going to be us as we have to say goodbye to y'all, the lovely viewers of Triton-Cup. But as usual, I like to start by plugging myself. As you can see, my Blue Sky handle at the bottom there. I also am Nito and used on Twitch, and the rare occasion I do stream. If you want to find me anywhere else, I'm actually going to be over at the CCA Division Reveal Show. Just if anyone wants to come by and visit, shout out to CCA. Anyway, where can we find you, Frost?
Well, like you said earlier, my Blue Sky handle is also on stream at frost6.bluesky.social. I don't know if I'm active on neither Blue Sky or the site formerly known as Twitter, but if you want to find me on there, I'm at the site formerly known as Twitter at TK_Frost6. You can find me on Discord at just Frost6, and let's just move over the fact that I'm writing a web novel recap here on Wattpad. Anyways, you will be hearing from Pat and Mars in Block 2 of Triton-Cup 97. So, of course, stay tuned. And from us here at Dapple Productions, have a wonderful day. You are in for more heated action here on Triton-Cup in a bit.
And welcome back to Triton-Cup 97. We are so close to the 100, but right now we still have a few teams to sort out for this 97th edition. And we're going to go straight into the losers bracket. You saw with the previous block all that happened on the winner's side. Now we get to see these teams again fight for the last spot in grand finals. And we're going to start with loser semifinals with a finale against Camden. Hey, Marcy, are you ready?
I'm here, yeah. Sorry, just a small technical difficulty.
Yeah.
So, I am actually not sure what maps we're actually going to be doing. So
right now we're going to start with Umami Runes between these two teams. Both of these teams chose this map, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw just maps that were chosen by both teams for this whole set. Which means very classic map between Umami Runes, Barnacle and Dime, and of course Mahi Mahi Resort.
pretty iconic maps to go for. You do see them very often in tournament settings. I do say every one of the maps do have their own advantages and disadvantages, though, I do have to say.
Oh yeah. Honestly, if you're in a best of 3 in losers bracket, you want to have classic maps. You want to have maps where you know you're going to do, where you know what all the plays are and counter plays are. And these 3 maps kind of have that. Now, Umami Runes is the kind of map where you really want to get ahead of the 2 zones, because these zones are so small. If you allow one player from the other team to be into mid, the zones are likely to be contested. So you really want to move forward. Barnacle and Dime, of course, will be all about holding that control for a long, long time. And Mahi is chaos, and everything can happen on Mahi. So we'll see that if we get there. Both of his teams are pretty good, Marshy. Camden, of course, are scene number 2, a team that has been on the rise, that has gotten incredible results lately. And Final, great players coming in as a pickup, very much able to contest the dominance of Camden.
I do like to see pickup teams in tournaments, especially when it comes to teams that you do see very consistently up in the higher brackets of tournaments. It's nice to see having like different fish in a pond, basically seeing if they can rise to the top or even beat like the teams that you see that consistently come into the tournament and really dominate, let's just say, every week or month that they decide to compete. So it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see how both teams play against each other.
There's a lot of plays and counterplays that can happen on these maps, and that's why I really like about these maps. And yeah, as you said, these teams are going to bring the answer to each other, and there's a lot that could happen right there. Now, on Umami Runes, what I really like is that it's a double zones. I always love a double zones map. Because there's more plays that can be done. There's more ways to play around it. You can wait a little bit by keeping one of the zone painted, but you can also know that if you keep one of the zones your color, penalty will not be applied. And there's a bit more play around that. So you can get a half a push in zones with which opens the game, I feel like.
Absolutely, but a lot of the time, some people, like some teams, for example, definitely have sometimes got the better advantage on certain splat zones maps, especially if they're able to take care of flanks, but also if they're able to have more paint efficiency, or in general, like their rotations are just a lot more efficient for circulating the zones, especially on Umami, because of the dual zone. You've got players on both sides, really.
Yeah, there's lots of plays, but let's get right in the game. Marshy, let's see what these teams are bringing. On the side of Camden, that's an S-Blast that can always give a lot of different plays that you always have to pay attention to. And on the other side, Finale are bringing both a Stamper and a Machine. These two weapons can be a bit slow, but they're also incredibly powerful and can splat a player from a good distance.
Oh, absolutely. And it's pretty interesting seeing S-Blast and Pencil on the same team. Especially, but though, to come to think of it, they do have the splash that can provide a lot more paint. With that being said, Camden has managed to cap the zone after Finale did get the opening cap. Crab being popped on the side of Finale right here, just seeing if they can find anybody. I do believe they might not get anybody. Pencil is trying to get those zones painted while their team moves up right now. We do see a lot going on right now.
Hey, we see both teams still trying to keep control over mid, and again, as long as you are not really ahead of the zone, there's always a way to come back for the other team. Camden was able to score a bit of points, but now Final, they're in control of both of the zone, and Camden needs a push to get in. Now the 52 is forced to jump away. The crab tank is cancelled by the Zipcaster. Huge moves right here by Yukaru with the Stamper. They lost, Finale lost 2 players here, but they didn't lose round. They're still in control right there, and Camden cannot push Marshy.
Absolutely, and we do see that Finale right now does have the dominant hold on the zone right now, but we do see the Booyah Bomb being popped on the side of Camden right there, just to see if they could get anybody. I do believe they didn't get anybody. Machine getting both assists on those kills right there, going down with a technical trade back here right now, just trying to get themselves in the mid right now. Getting taken down by the stamp. I do believe Crab Tank did get taken out from the side as well. Really, just Camden's not having a good time right now getting in. But with that, it's commentator's curse. They take the zone right as I say that.
Yeah, they managed to get forward to push themselves in, and that's the power of Tacticular. Even if you get splatted on your way in, as long as you have one player, you can still jump back in, get into more fights. And right now, Camden were able to push Finale away, but they have a huge lead to come back from. We see the Crab Tank duel is going to end up with 1 player down. Finale is pushing again forward. They got a delayed wipe onto Camden, and they're gonna get the zone back.
And with that being said, we do see team members on the side of Finale right now going into Camden's spawn right now and taking people down as they're getting themselves back into mid right now. That Zipcaster coming out, seeing if they can actually get anybody. Not being so lucky, I do believe the pencil did take them down there. Crab Tank coming out on the side of Finale right now, just on Camden Snipe right now, just really preventing people from getting out, getting the kill. But unfortunately again taken down by S-Blast right there. But in general, the penalty on the side of Finale right now is almost over, and they have 8 ticks left on the clock right now.
Yeah, Finale is still in control, still getting more. Camden needs to push forward. They have no time. They need to paint at least 1 zone. They're on it, but it's too late. Finale seals the deal and gets game number 1.
Both teams had a pretty dominant hold for the times that they had pushed up, but we do see that Finale did end up coming out on top.
Yeah, it was really Finale, their ability to cancel a push by Camden before Camden reached the zone. They were able to really get the splats ahead, and that's the power of a good Splatana Stamper. With this Zipcast, they can get in, they can get the punish that you couldn't get with any other weapon. But that means we are going to go to Barnacle and Dime. Another map where you want to stand ahead of the zone. I mean, most maps you want to do that, but this map is very known for its dynamic, Marshy. The way that if you take control of mid, the other team has so much trouble getting back in. It takes so much time and so much resources.
Oh yeah, this
You
map
really
has
want...
like a it does have a really long direction to get back into mid. There is a few maps like that, but I do say oh my goodness. Barnacle and Dime as a map itself in general, and I do agree with you, it can be really tedious getting out of spawn, especially if the enemy team has positioned themselves to a point where it's getting flanked or taken down as soon as you try to get yourself out there.
Yeah, and I mean, Finale, they just showed their power. If you look at the seeding, Camden are supposed to be the favorite to win this set, but right now Finale has something else to say about that. Let's get right into this game. Remember, if Camden loses this one, they are out of the tournament. And Finale, bringing back the same comp on both teams, pretty much. We're going to see how these players go at it.
The splash was replaced by bucket, from what I can tell.
Oh, yeah.
With that being said, though, we do have Finale right now on zone. Camden taking the first cap, but yeah, I was about to say they were instantly getting contested. But with that being said, they confidently are rotating themselves up right now into Finale's pawn right now. They're already proceeding to locking them out right now, or at least try to get more points off of the clock before getting contested again. That squid roll, unfortunately, not working out in their favor. We do see many players going down right now, but with that being said, the bucket does manage to get 3 people, I believe, which allows Camden's team members to push themselves back up into their spawn. Gal right now, I believe, is just trying to shark and find people, but unfortunately does get found and does get taken down, as we can see.
Yeah, Camden got a very nice hold. It's their turn to really shut down any push by Finale. Finale kind of struggling right now. They lost 3 players, and with the amount of time left, Seb, he's forced to jump away. That's too late. You don't want to jump there. And that's going to be Camden answering the KO with a KO of their own. We are now 1-1, and one final game will decide it all.
I guess we do get to see Mahi with Camden being able to respond and answer to what happened in game 1. I'm really curious to see which team is actually going to be able to take the crown on this map, because every time I've seen it go on in tournaments, like, you would think that one team has the control for the most of the game, but there can always be like that small glimpse where the team that was losing comes out on top. So it'll be interesting to see if we do get a situation like that, or a situation like what happened in game 2, where the other team does get locked out for a prolonged amount of time.
Yeah, a big difference between Mahi and the 2 previous maps is that Mahi allows you several ways back onto the zone, several ways to push back. And in the 2 first game, we really saw teams hold control over the zone, really control the game, and not let the other team take controls, which meant the first fight was so important. On Mahi, you can lose the first fight. You can always come back onto Mahi. That being said, Finale, between the Stamper and the Machine, will have very good tools to threaten the ledges and to hold the zone a little bit longer. We'll see if Camden are able to go through that. But again, both of these teams, Iron Defense, not really able to get through. Maybe on Mahi, we'll see a different dynamic.
You never know. They could bring the bucket back, or they could change back to Splash, especially if they wanted a bit more paint. We do get to see with that. Yeah, no, they kept the same comp from game 2.
Yeah.
I mean, if something works, then you don't need to change it, right?
Yeah,
at the end of the day.
much. Both teams bringing the comps that we'd expect. 1-1-0 is going to be decided in the next 5 minutes, and we already see both teams trying to take control. It looks like Finale are getting the first plats and first control over the zone. Now, what is Camden going to do about it? Right now, they're staying to the side. They're waiting for their opportunity. And they're able to punish the crab. Ooh! Well, it looks like Camden are taking control over the zone, forcing Finale to move back. And yeah, that's going to be Camden now initiating the hold. The water hasn't dropped yet, which means we're still in that awkward state where people can simply run forward.
But that being said, Booyah Bomb does get popped on the ledge right there just to see if they can get anybody. But if anything, it kind of dispersed members, seeing Crab Tank being placed there. The S-Blast, unfortunately, not being able to punish where the Crab Tank was positioned. Water level is dropping now, but Camden is still in control of the zone right now. Splash taking down that bucket player quite viciously, actually, just going on the pursuit to see if they can find anybody. They do get the assist on the kill that they did originally go for, really just trying their best right now to flip the zone. But we do see that members of Camden right now are on zone, they are online, but I don't think it'll be enough. They don't have too much paint right now to actually keep that zone out of the control. And with that being said, Finale was able to cap. Though S Plus, I believe, is just trying to find people, but they do get the wipeout on Candon right there.
Yep, Finale really able to get back control. And right now, Mashi, we just saw something that we didn't see in the first 2 games. Both teams have gotten a push. Both teams have been able to come back now. Finale in a great position to defend right now, are waiting for Candon to make a mistake. Bazooka is going to come. Candon not able to push forward yet, and Finale is going to get the lead. But with 2 players down, I feel like Candon are on their way to the zone. Yep, applying penalty at least. But ooh, they lose 3 players.
Losing 3 players is quite drastic in terms of where we are in the game right now. But with that being said, Finale still has a decent penalty right now to get through, which does give Candon a little bit of room to breathe. We do see them all trying to get themselves oriented on the right side right there. Two of the main players going down in terms of DPSing right now. Bucket and Pencil are still alive right now, and I do believe are just trying to get themselves oriented around to allow jumps to their teammates right now. Pencil having to reposition, I do believe they do see the person who is shocking on the ledge right there. Strikes coming out, which does allow them to at least try cap the zone. Being able to cap the zone, I do believe they did get a slight delay wipe, actually. I'm not too sure where the Pencil did end up going.
Yeah, pretty nice, well-coordinated push by Candon. Now they need to hold that zone a tiny bit longer. They already lost their 52, and Finale are pushing, trying to get in. It's still a very tense fight for mid right now, but Finale are getting a bit of ground, threatening the paint. Candon won't be able to get rid of their penalty, it seems. Finale applies it again, and very nice Zizka slap right here.
Absolutely. I do believe the Stamper did miss one of the players that were jumping in right there, but members are going down on each side right now. Bucket is still pressuring the Pencil on the side of Candon right there, so they're not really able to position themselves where they want to be right now. Crab Tank having a little bit of a latency issue there on the grates over there. I do not believe they did manage. I do believe they did not get manage to get the kill that they wanted. Control being lost on the side of Finale, being able to get themselves in. 3 people down before going down themselves, which allows Candid to paint that zone right there. The last person jumping out to at least save their life just for a little bit longer.
And that pop-off by Tsukasa with the blaster was so important right there. Candon are back on track, and right now they have no penalty numbers advantage. They're holding the zone on their way to get the lead. Finale are struggling in. They activate the Crab Tank and Bazooka to try to get things. The Booyah Bomb is down. Do they have the time? Just 1 point is separating this team, and it's a wipeout. Finale are taking the zone back, and with 30 seconds left in the game, that is such an important hold on to the zone. Candon need to run forward, but there's already 2 players down onto Finale. This could be another opportunity for Candon, Marshy.
But that being said, Candon did manage to cap the zone. We do have 10 seconds left on the clock right now, which means they have to hold that zone. It's now or never at this point, and they really just need to get themselves oriented in position. We do see just players right now on the side of Candon just trying to find people, being extra careful and not let people slip. S-Blast going down on the right side. The Bucket trying to clean it up right now. They have not that long left of a penalty right now. Now overtime.
In overtime, and an overtime victory for Candon, getting the comeback despite the blow in the last 30 seconds. Incredible comeback by Candon, who are going to punch their ticket into losers finals.
Absolutely amazing performance from both teams here. They really did put out what they were capable of, and as we can see, Candon was able to answer what Finale was giving to them, and it's really nice to see teams like taking it back, like at the end, especially put in a disadvantaged situation, such as like a delayed wipe or just really bad timing in terms of trying to get that zone flip back. I do believe if they did get it any later, they might have been in trouble, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it was very, very, very close between these 2 teams. In the end, Candon gets the W, which means we're going to take a very short break as we prepare losers finals, which is going to be Candon versus Crispy, our top 2 seeds. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to Triton Cup 97. We are now in losers finals. That's right. We are in the top 3 of this tournament. It's going to be Crispy, our seed number 1, going against Camden, our seed number 2. Marshy.
Oh yeah. I haven't
Yeah.
seen the seedings, so it's always a mystery for me. I kind of just go into the tournament and judge the teams that are given to me. So
Yeah, so Pancakes and Eggs is waiting on the side of grand finals, and both of these teams, Crispy and Camden, lost to Pancakes and Eggs, who was the dark horse of this tournament. Right
Oh,
now,
yeah?
they both want a revenge. They both want another game against the team that managed to be at the top, but they have to face each other first. And because it's a final, we get to see a best of 5.
at the end of the day, it's the best team will come out on top. But it's also, as you were saying, their opportunity to get a rematch against this team that they ended up facing because they are familiar with them now, or at least to a certain degree. So maybe like a rematch for them might be the thing that gets them to beat the dark horse of the bracket currently.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams, Crispy and Camden, are very, very good. And starting on Crab Lab Capital, we'll mostly see how good their backline can be, how well they are, how able they are at covering ground, holding the zone. Because the map is so open, you know, range on this map is really key, can really do a lot. And yeah, we're going to see how these two teams handle things. And Bake is bringing the E-liter. That E-liter on here has more range than the pencil and can really hold the other team at bay.
It'll be interesting to see how the comp with the E-liter on will work. Actually, it's an interesting array of specials that they have. Not really having too much of a dominant take back type comp that we're running, but you do see both teams had their crab tank out and ready on the same position right there. Camden, unfortunately, losing the cap on zone that they had going down with a trade, but we do see that Crispy right now are just pushing themselves slowly further into Camden spawn right now, but we do see that members of Camden have found Crispy's members to a certain degree, but from what I can tell, they're not able to get themselves out too well right now.
Yeah, it's very much Crispy holding pretty strong. Camden, though, going back into the game right now, forced to dodge to the side, but Camden was able to capture the zone, even if it's just for a second. They were able to apply penalty. Bake holding the line with the elite up, not able to save their teammates right now. And oh, the Zipcaster getting the splat on the elite right there is going to slow down the next push by Camden, who are now kind of in trouble. I mean, Crispy are done with their penalty now, and they're going to score more points.
That being said, Crab Tag did come out on the right side and on the side of Camden right now, getting the kill from the side there. We do see that the pencil, I believe it was the no, it was leader. It was leader. Yep. The leader did manage to get a kill. Unfortunately, the blaster does go down to a bomb. Crispy's still having quite a dominant hold on zone right now. They're really just taking care of their members one by one. That was a really nasty bomb kill as well, now that I think about it.
Crispy have punished all the crabs from Camden and have shown really huge power right now. Camden 3 players down again. I guess that's a delayed wipe, and I mean, penalty was applied onto the zone, which means Camden are still alive in this game, but Crispy are getting more and more points and still are in control of mid.
Absolutely, and again, Camden are just still trying to get themselves out here, not really having too much luck. We do see that Tsukasa right here on the right side does get taken down by the crab tank, I believe. Members are going down on each side right now, but... Oh?
It is very rough for Camden again. They got splatted one after the other. Punchy absolutely popping off. Oh, but they managed to get the wipe in the nick of time. Camden responding fast enough, getting in fast enough, and finally getting control. Now we're going to see things reversed, and now that Bake with the Elita is in position, Marshy, Camden has the opportunity to hold.
Absolutely, and as we can see, members of Kandom right now are really just taking care of Crispy's members right now, orienting themselves on the right side of this map there. They do have 3 members kind of like periodically in their spawn right now. I do believe they're just trying to have a way to stop them from getting back to zone for long enough to catch up right now. 2 people going down on the side of Crispy from the dualies before they do go down. Crabtank being put on the zone right here. Zap really is just working to try and get that kill, but unfortunately does not get the kill on Punchy right here. Control being lost once again. They are so close to taking the lead and unfortunately does lose it, but they do still have a pretty decent hold right there. With that being said, both teams are missing, I think, around the same amount of members, so right now, really, they're just trying to get themselves back in here. The Stamper on the side of Crispy right now, just trying to take care of members from the sidelines to see if they can catch anybody off guard.
Yeah, I mean, right now we're back to even. Oh wait, I say even a bit too fast. Kandon loses 2 players, are forced out of mid. We are back to Crispy holding control over the zone and Punchy dancing around, able to get the win thanks to their teammate right there. This is Crispy still holding control with a highly dynamic gameplay. But we're constantly dancing around these ledges and punishing anything that Kandon is doing. As I say, that Risu gets punished as well by the pencil. Kandon able to move in though, the blaster is in there, but the blaster is alone. Oh wait, they activate the Kraken. This is the opportunity for Kandon to get the zone, and they do, Marshy.
Pretty great take back that they got, considering how close it is to the end of the game right now. But members right now on the side of Kandon really are just going down very gradually, really just trying to get themselves together and back on the map to really just stop Crispy from taking the control that they have away from them. But we do see that members on the side of Kandon right now are really just getting taken care of from the sides. Stamper going down on the side of Crispy right there. But Kandon right now have the zone and did get strikes right at the end there.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, Kandon was not able to counter it in time.
Yeah, the last second strikes are going to give the game to Crispy. And that's really Crispy dancing around the zone, constantly anticipating what Kandon was about to do and fighting them on each drop. Crispy was there to punish Kandon and really taking control of that game. Now, Crab Lake Capital is a very unique map that plays in a very unique way, and it seems like Crispy was more ready for it than Kandon. Going into Hagglefish Market, we're likely to see a more classic battle, which means less surprises will happen.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But it's also the thing of wondering how well both teams can flank and like cause a scene, really, especially with people who are very good at, I guess, luring the other team to a certain spot on the map just for them to get taken down by the team members because of orientation. But in general, I just think it's a little bit more difficult to push comfortably on this map, even with the flank routes.
Yeah, for sure. It's a very linear map, like where you see things going and you know there are 3 routes that you can play around. Crispy not changing their comp. Meanwhile, Kandon dropping the Eliter, getting back to the pencil, also bringing a Vanilla Blaster, and honestly can't blame them because on this map, a good bubbler on the zone guarantees that you get paid. And right now it looks like Kandon are using that blaster to threaten to the side, but there's nobody to be threatened. Crispy on the zone, getting control, and Punchy getting a trade after getting the zone right there, but everybody's still in the fight. Oh wait! There's nobody. Oh, the bubbler saving kind of a game for Kandon right there, Marshy, as Crispy is in. Crispy are able to keep the zone, but Kandon are still very much in that fight. Marty, you're muted. Okay. Well, I'm gonna keep talking then. Well, it looks like Kandon are able to get control of the zone. Apply penalty, but they didn't manage to get Crispy out completely. The crab tank is deployed by Punchy, and Punchy is so good with that crab. forcing Kandan to move to the side. Kandan were able to retake the zone, but not for long. They're all pushed to the side. Nobody's able to really defend, and right now Crispy are in there. Full control over the zone, full control over the map. Incredible play right there. And yeah, we're going to see Crispy still in control of all of this. They're done with their penalty, and they're going to simply hold a bit more. Another crab tank by Punchy means Kandan needs to dance to the side. It's so awkward for him. Marshy, you're back!
Yeah, I didn't know how to say without actually saying it. Ink strikes are coming out on zone right now. We do see that Kandan's just trying to get the control, but instantly did lose it. From what I've been observing, Crispy right now is having quite a field trip in Kandan's spawn right now. Not really giving them a moment to breathe. As we can see, the last player standing. Even then, they won't be able to take that zone back. Lord.
Yeah, Crispy brought the fight so far forward that Kandan really didn't have the answer to that, and Crispy constantly moving in, constantly going faster, constantly respawning. Really well organized play by Crispy, who are now up 2-0 against Kandan, and Kandan fighting pretty well coordinated, but just a tad bit behind every step of the way.
I mean, it's very common to see, especially this map that we just had, where teams are easily just able to really just push a team back so far that a lot of the time, if they don't get themselves together quick enough, it's fatal for them. And I guess last game was really a good example of that, considering Kandan really did try to get themselves out of there. They tried to push, but unfortunately, the members of Crispy really just were able to come back very quickly, actually, from what I could tell, and just completely shut down their push as it started.
Yeah, for sure. Crispy, Crispy are showing really the fight, are showing the speed that they can have. Kandan, they're a great team. They're the kind of team that can really match that kind of fight. It's just that it feels like today they're not able to. But if they get a little bit better, like they don't need much, I feel, to match what Crispy has been doing these past 2 games. And going into Mahi Mahi Resort, another very classic map, and especially a map where you can express yourself, you can push in lots of different ways. Kandan will have another opportunity to get the win, but this time they're back to the wall. They cannot lose another game. They need to get this. And let's get right into the game. Crispy against Kandan. Let's see how they change their comp. I don't expect Crispy to change what they're doing. It's been working, and it's a very flexible comp. Okay, yep, that's going to be it for them. Meanwhile, a range blaster, a custom range blaster is going to come for Kandan. The Kraken will allow them to get into fights that they could not get otherwise, and that range blaster is always a great poking option. But Risu is already getting in, getting a splat and dancing around. Huge opening, but it's not enough, as the rest of Crispy has really taken control of the game right there, forcing Kandan to get back, prepare their specials with the strikes. They should be able to push in, please paint the zone. But right now it looks like everybody's falling down, and it's pretty rough, but Kandan are able to stay on top of the zone with 3 players down. Crispy is back, and it's Kandan's turn to be in control, to take the lead and to take so much. We see Kandan really daring to go forward. Risu, no fear, going in and maintaining the push. They get splatted, but they slowed down a lot of Crispy, and Kandan is still holding the zone. Punchy activating the crab tank, is fighting Risu. Risu able to shred the crab with the 52 gal, and now both players are dancing. Punchy winning the dance and getting another. Whoa! Punchy getting in, gets punished by the sprinkler and the pencil. But what a move. Crispy is back in control right now.
Absolutely, and the way that they were able to take the control back so effortlessly really just shows how stuff can really just happen in an instant. The bucket unfortunately going down when they try to combo their bomb to get rid of that wall. But unfortunately, Zipcaster does go down, which allows Cannon to have a moment to try and get themselves back into zone right now. Bucket contesting the pencil, unfortunately, pencil losing the interaction. That Bucket is just waiting. Sukasa managing to get the trade on the jump down, but right now, Cannon's at a disadvantage. They have 3 people down, and their last person just jumped back out. That pencil on Crispy right now is really pushed up very far right now. I'm assuming just to get a bit of extra paint for that cooler because, well, mid right now is just completely yellow. Cannon really struggling to get themselves back in, and if any route that they're trying to take, they just get contested. Counter strikes going on the middle of zone right there from both teams right there really just did not do anything to neutralize it at all. But we do see that Cannon's team members right now are really just slowly working themselves back in, but at the same time still struggling. Cracking coming out, trying to punish that crab tank right there.
How do you dodge in a crab tank? Incredible moves by Punchy right there with a wipeout. What was that ending, Marshy? Incredible play right there.
Incredible. I think it's just incredible the fact that the crab tank took, I think, 0 damage to that Kraken right there. I'm not really sure what happened, but it was literally a dance between, well, two sea creatures, if you think about it.
Yeah. Incredible dodges by Punchy. But yeah, that's going to be the set. Crispy is going to get back into the finals, into grand finals against Pancakes and Eggs. We're going to take a short break so we can set up the lobby and we will be right back. And welcome back to Triton-Cup 97. It is now time for the grand finals. It's going to be our seed number 1, Crispy, coming from the loser's side. They want a rematch against Pancakes and Eggs. Pancakes and Eggs, honestly, if you look at that player's lineup, Marshy, I'm surprised that they're seed number 6, because these are top level players. Completely underseeded and here to prove that they are. But let's go right with game number 1. Game number 1 is going to be on Humpback Pump Track. That was chosen by Pancakes and Eggs. It's an unusual one, Marshy.
Yeah, I said it's a pretty unusual one, that's for sure.
It's
One second.
It's not the kind of map that you see that often, and that's why I love these zones-only tournament, because you get to see all of the zones. And Humpback Pump Track is a weird way to play on because of that hill, because of that curved slopes in the middle of the map. You have to play and fight very differently around these zones, but you get to see players needing to adapt and to change what they do. Now, both of these teams bringing the comps that they've been rocking this whole tournament. And yeah, it looks like we're seeing the first fight for the zones now.
Absolutely. Though, both teams are running really similar comps, except one has a 96 cal and the other one has Stamper going on as their 4th slot right here. But we do see that 2 members did go down on the side of Crispy right there. 3rd one, I do believe they did end up getting a delayed wipe from Pancakes and Eggs right there. But we do see that Crispy is quickly getting themselves back onto zone right now, just working on trying to cap the zone, pushing Pancakes and Eggs back. Kraken coming out on the side of Anthony there. Did not manage to actually catch anyone, but they do manage to cap the zone pretty quickly. 1 member down from each team right now, so they're really just playing it safe right now, trying not to be too reckless, just to flesh out what they're actually trying to fight against right now. That 96 getting the trade on the Stamper right there. Crispy does take the zone, but it is quickly getting painted over once again.
And Yeti managed to get a double with the splash to protect the zone, which means Pancakes and Eggs are now in control. Yoshel flanking with a pencil right now, moving in. That's the power of having Tacticular. You know you can get in, and it's working! Huge flank. Everybody from Pancakes and Eggs is falling through. That's 3 players down onto Crispy. Crispy flabbergasted. They were attacked in their spawn, and right now Pancakes and Eggs are making more and more points as Crispy is trying to respawn Anthony, getting a huge fall of splat right there as well.
Anthony really is just playing it really chill right now. They're not really contesting players directly unless they have to right here, just getting themselves back on zone to try and provide some paint. Unfortunately, losing the zone, Crispy did cap the zone for a short moment, still keeping it going. That crab tank right there just trying to kill somebody. They do get the assist, but control is gained once again by Pancakes and Eggs right there. We just see fights going down. Both of the splashes, I believe, took trades from each other right there. Stamp right there, just seeing if they could find anyone. Unfortunately, does get taken down, but Crispy did manage to create a distraction for a little bit long enough to take the zone, but was quickly painted over by Pancakes and Eggs with their strikes.
Yeah, the power of good, well-coordinated strikes right there, allowing Pancakes to maintain their lead, reapply penalty, but Crispy didn't have that much penalty anyways. They're back into scoring points territory. They only need to hold the zone, bro, and it's not going to work. Pancakes and Eggs are really moving as one and getting all the splats they need to get. Raiki with the Stamper is punishing the 96, but he's stranded alone in that trench. Oh, well, I said alone, never mind. They were followed through by the rest of the team. Crispy is going to get the zone and are forcing Pancakes and Egg to get another push.
Strikes coming out on the side of Crispy right there allows them to recap that zone just while they're trying to take care of Pancakes and Eggs members right now. Jordan managed to protect themselves with the Tacticooler as a form of shield just to swim away from who was contesting them. But most members of Crispy right here are still on the zone, managing to get a pretty nice kill on the 96. I believe it was not the 96. It was I don't remember what weapon it was.
Yep. Well, there right now Anthony is dancing around the zone with the 96, getting a very nice Splat and make that stew. That's an easy retake over the zone by Pancakes and Eggs. Crispy managed to score a good amount of points, but they didn't get the lead, Marshy, and we're about to enter the last minute of the game. Pancakes and Eggs are still in the lead.
Unfortunately, the Stamper does go down by Jordan, managing to basically read their movements and just take them down. But Crispy did manage to cap the zone. Strikes are coming out on the members of Pancakes and Eggs right now to push them back just to hold that zone just for a little bit longer. It being neutralized and then taken over by Pancakes and Eggs once again. They really are just trying to stop Crispy from having that zone for longer than a few seconds every time they cap it. Really are just cleaning everything up. We do see that Y does pop Crab Tank, just seeing if they can find anybody. The zone does get capped by Crispy once again, but members on Pancakes and Eggs right now are ready to repaint that zone, and with that being said, they do.
Yeah, they retake the zone, they push people away, 20 seconds left, and Crispy just lost 2 players, that's their splash, and White made back 3 players, only the Slosher left standing. Slurp needs to get the strikes, and the strikes are going to come on the zone, but is it too late? It's not enough. Pancakes and Eggs holding control are going to get game number 1.
That was a very hectic fight from both teams. I really was just sitting and watching what both of them were doing and what both of them were really capable of in that game. And honestly, Pancakes and Eggs are really answering to what's being given to them as they go.
Yeah.
And you can tell that they are really adapting to Crispy's comps and also how they're playing. And really are just capitalizing off of it and utilizing weaknesses that they might have noticed from playing them previously.
Yeah, and you talked earlier about the difference in comp between the 96 Deco and the Splatana Stamper. That Splatana Stamper has such a slaying advantage, can reach forward incredibly fast. That's both a blessing and a curse, because Pancakes and Eggs, they have the 96. That 96 is constantly with the rest of the team. And Pancakes and Eggs, they really move together all of the time. They're always taking every fight with several players, which means they are incredibly more solid. And that solidity allows them to, through the course of a game, get more and more points, get more and more control, and control more of the game right there. Now, we are going to go on to Museum d'Alfonsino. A bit of a different map, bit of a different dynamic. This time, it's all about playing around these spinners and especially around that platform.
I'm curious to see if anybody will take the right side of the map going on to game start, especially with trying to get early flanks while trying to take the zone, or even letting the enemy team get that first push just so you can sneak up and really just catch them off guard. Both teams did keep the same comps from last game, so it really just will be the interesting thing of seeing how both comps play out in this game. And with that being said, the Stamper did take the right position, really just trying to gain on Anthony right now. They did get close to killing them, but did not manage to. Anthony right now is just trying to dance around. Does unfortunately get taken down by the Stamp. Crispy taking that first initial cap, the Crab Tank really just being destroyed by the Stamper right there, forcing Y to jump out. I do believe they ended up dying on the jump out. I could be wrong there.
Yeah, and right now it looks like Crispy is going to take good control over the zone. Raiki really doing the Stamper business of camping that ledge, but Anthony dropped with the Kraken. Kraken can create a lot of damage right there, forcing everybody from Crispy to move to the side. Anthony surviving this, getting those splats, huge moves.
I'm just having a look at what's going on right here. There is a fight going on Pancakes and Eggs spinner right now, I'm pretty sure. Is it Crispy? We're on the wrong side. I think it's Crispy. Yeah, it's Crispy's side. A lot of stuff going on there. The Crab Tank does go down in mid right there, which is pretty vital in terms of repainting that zone right there. Crispy having like strikes ready for that zone. Being able to cap the zone once again. to hopefully try get the penalty points down, but also take the lead too. But members are going down from each side pretty quickly, and it's the whole thing of like switching each other around. We do see that Jordan did manage to kill one of the members on the side of Crispy in that corner over there and capping the zone with their strikes before inevitably getting taken down. A jump out happening because of Anthony pressuring with his Kraken right there, but does get taken down by the bucket.
Yeah, Crispy getting the good splats right there. Jordan is alone in the corner, forced to fight and surviving long enough for the rest of team to come back. But Slurp is going to be splatted. The crab tank activating by Crispy should slow things down a little bit more, but Jordan able to throw the strikes and to capture the zone right there. Huge moves by Pancake and Eggs, who are not only going to capture the zone, they're taking control of the map right there.
They're really dominating themselves. Anthony really just going into Crispy's spawn right there. We do see that strikes did come out on the side of Crispy right there. Not really taking the zone, but they did take it. But I do believe the strikes did neutralize it. Crab Tank coming out, getting punished by the bucket on the spinner right there. Really just having that height advantage. Trying to take care of Anthony, who's on their platform right now. They do have people jumping in, going down with trades. Crispy still having that zone in neutral right there. We do see that the splash on the side of Pancakes and Eggs was able to clean up the zone very sneakily, actually, while their team members were taking care of everyone who was ahead or really just trying to contest. We do see the bucket in the back there kind of getting comboed by the Crab Tank and the bucket, I do believe. Right here, just really not being able to get themselves out of spawn or in a position that they want to be in right now.
Yeah, and that's a lead swap in favor of Pancake and Eggs, who are getting more splats right there, pushing Crispy away, but Crispy are answering the call, getting into attack mode, getting around the zone, but Pencil able to punish the Samper is huge. Penalty was applied, but Pancakes and Eggs are getting back control. They're back on top of that zone and are now pushing towards that platform, Marshy.
Absolutely, and there's members jumping in from Pancakes and Eggs while people are rotating themselves out. We can see that Pancakes and Eggs right now are being very smart with their pushes. They're not really pushing themselves in entirely all together to really just minimize the risk of having that wipeout to retake the zone. One person going down, buying strikes, I do believe. Crispy being able to getting really close to neutralizing the zone. And taking it back, which allows them to at least try and get more lead on the map right now. We do have the last 30 seconds of the game right now where Crispy is in the advantage point of the zone right now, but Pancakes and Eggs are quickly getting themselves back in here. That Kraken coming out to see if they can find anybody, but also Zipcaster on the side of Crispy, seeing if they can find anybody too.
Yeah, just a few points left on the map, but Pancakes and Eggs are ready to paint the zone. Is even whoever captures here should get the game. It looks like Crispy is going to get it. They get the lead. They keep painting the zone. It's so close, but it's Crispy who is going to get game number 2. We are now 1-1.
Very, very good fight there. Honestly, I was looking at the game and I could tell that Crispy was struggling a lot against Pancakes and Eggs, especially with the slight comp difference. You can kind of tell the power and positioning that requires both weapons to really play well. You have a gal who can be off on the sides, really just using how powerful they are to help clean up or even initiate a fight, where you have a pretty Slayer-oriented weapon like the Stamper, where they're going to die a lot more, and sometimes knowing that it can put people at a small disadvantage, especially if you get put in a situation where you struggle to come back because one of your Slayers ended up getting taken down at the wrong moment, really.
Yeah, and for sure, there's a lot that could happen. Both of these teams have shown really their ability to adapt, and all the weapons that these teams are bringing are defined by how adaptable they are, how much change they can do in their gameplay, and how well they play with their teammates, most importantly. Now, going into Mahi Mahi Resorts, that's going to be absolutely the test, because there's so many different ways to play this map, so many different ways to push forward and to punish a push. That really the team that adapts the faster, that moves around and fights as a team the most is likely to win. Now, no surprise by the weapons right now. They're gonna keep playing that, Marshy, I'm pretty
They're gonna
sure.
keep playing it. They're really not
Yeah.
switching off of it.
Mhm. Hey, these are great comps, and these players, they love these weapons, so keep playing that.
Absolutely, and if it works, you know, and it's pretty interesting seeing how similar some comps can be, yet so different, especially with dynamics. We did see a Crab Tank being popped on the side of Crispy there. The player really just getting behind the pillow again just to fend themselves off just for a little bit longer. Jordan right now is really just going ham on the stamp and manages to get the kill. Crispy right now taking the initial lead at the start of the game right there, but we do see that Pancakes and Eggs right now are really just quickly just trying to stop. I think I got the names mixed up. Pancakes and Eggs are just trying to stop Crispy from really counter-pushing right now.
Yep.
And with that being said, Strikes and Crab are online on Crispy right now.
Yep.
With what happened there?
Their pencil got splatted, so was their Slosher. They had the time to grab the Tacticooler, but it is Crispy not getting much off of their specials right now. They're in trouble, and Pancakes and Eggs are simply winning that fight that allows them to keep the zone a little bit longer. Here comes the strikes. Yoshel painting over. Penalty is still applied, though, and right now it looks like Crispy are able to come back into the game with a huge push. 2 players down onto Pancakes and Eggs. This is Crispy getting back control. Now it's their turn to hold and prevent Pancakes and Eggs from going in.
With that being said, the bucket does go down on the side of
Ooh,
Crispy
yep.
from the pencil, really getting that direct line shot. Zone is capped once again by Pancakes and Eggs. Pencil being able to get that kill on Punchy and also the assist. I do believe that there is just members right now just trying to disperse themselves very secretly just to see if they can get themselves in here. Anthony is really just ready to peek ledges when it's needed, but in general, Crab right now, I think it's just trying to push members of Pancakes and Eggs away right now. With that being said, we do see the counter Crab on the side of Pancakes and Eggs managing to get an assist on someone, but I do not believe they were able to actually get a kill with what they wanted. But Pancakes and Eggs right now in the last 20 takes of the zone right now, it is really important for Crispy to really just take that zone back, really try and stop this push right here. With that being said, they do manage to push themselves enough to retake that zone right there, and Pancakes and Eggs has to come back and retake the zone.
Yeah, it is Crispy who are done with their penalty. Now they need to hold. The Crab Tank is going to delay the next push by Pancakes and Eggs, who are forced to wait to the side, bide their time. They don't have that much time left to get in now. Anthony activating the Kraken, creating the disruption as the rest of Pancakes and Egg are simply getting in. And Pancakes and Egg are getting the control right there. And Anthony used that Kraken to go across the map, get into the spawn. Has to be pushed away, but was able to create that kind of control.
Absolutely, and Crab Tank does get popped on the right side of the map right there. Control being lost for a brief moment. Pencil did go down. I'm not sure what actually killed them, to be honest, but we do see that Punchy right now is just trying to provide paint for that team right now to get themselves back in. Strikes coming out, which allows them to repaint the zone. I do believe they did see somebody, but I think they might have lost them by this time. But Pancakes and Eggs are really just on the defense right now, just ready to come back and counter what Crispy are bringing to the table right now. And honestly, both teams are trying their best at fighting.
Yeah.
There was a player camping the Tacticooler, and unfortunately it does go down. I was wondering what happened there.
Okay, 1 minute left into the game. Crispy painting the whole map, preparing to hold, but Pancakes and Eggs, thanks to these strikes, are not minding really. Anthony dancing around, huge splat onto the Crab Tank, and now a huge position as well. That's a wipeout with 30 seconds left. Crispy needs to come back, needs to prepare their specials as fast as they can to get a final push, that's going to be very, very hard for them.
Absolutely, with the fact that they can't get out of spawn as well, it's really difficult for them to get the paint that they need. But there's 5 seconds left, and
Yeah.
Anthony is just going on a rampage. I do believe that they did get 3 kills at the end there. My lord.
Yeah. That's when you know you won, when you know your opponent is forced to run at the zone, and all you have to do is get to the side and
Utilize
hold
it.
the fire button. That's a 2-1 for our breakfast right there. But the breakfast is not over. One more game and Pancakes and Eggs get this whole tournament. But Crispy, they're not out yet. They were able to fight. They were able to do a lot. Can they get one more game? Can they get more? They need to win the next 2 games if they want a bracket reset, Marshy.
Crispy? Oh yeah. No, they do have to make quite an insane comeback to get that bracket reset. We are going on to Splat Zone's Mako mod though, so I wonder if any of the comps will change or if it will stay the same. Because I'm not too sure how well Stamp does in Mako mod, especially on zones. I could be wrong. It probably does
Oh.
amazingly.
It does. I mean, Stamper is good with anything that has ledges, and yeah, that's honestly a good map for Crispy since they have a bit more ledge options with their Stamper. So it's honestly a good map for Crispy. We'll see if they're able to do so. Remember, we are on tournament points for Pancakes and Eggs.
Absolutely, and yeah, no comp changes. So yeah, we are just really just seeing the persistence of a comp that works for both sides, and they're going with it. We do see that Pancakes and Eggs really took the left side of their spawn as the place to jump out from, where Crispy dispersed themselves just a little bit. They did get the opening cap on the zone. Lots of members right now, lots of flanks. Crab Tank was already out. We do see that Slip did manage to take down... I don't actually know what I think it was a Crab Tank actually, but does get shot in the back by the 96. But members of Crispy right now are just causing terror for Pancakes and Eggs right now. Sampa really giving them a hard time and unfortunately dying right before their special was ready. Crispy losing control of the zone with Pancakes and Eggs capping it. Anthony is just going to probably roam rent-free for a little while, especially towards that right side of the map if anybody tries to contest them.
Anthony really has that power as a player, not only to go forward and be incredibly annoying to the opponent. They can also move back and keep themselves alive. Okay, I should talk and curse for players as they're playing.
They did manage to distract for long enough though to take the lead. So
they take a lot of time, and now Crispy is back in control of the zone. Punchy with that Crab Tank, applying a lot of pressure now. Can Crispy hold it long enough to get the lead?
Not too sure. We do see that 2 members did go down on the side of Pancakes and Eggs. Really just individuals going down one by one. We do see that Punchy did manage to clean up what was going on in zone, but members of Pancakes and Eggs right now have specials ready. They are ready to recap that zone, and we see that with the crab and the strikes going on right here. Pencil going ham. Oh my lord. I think that was a combo of the Crab Tank and the Stamper's sub and main weapon there that will happen to get that double.
Yeah, and right now it looks like Crispy is still holding control, getting a bit more. I mean, penalty was applied, but there isn't much penalty left. They lost 2 players though. Pancakes and Eggs want to fight for that lead. They're here painting the zone, but they lose 2 players. It looks like Crispy is going to get more control. Jordan behind everybody with the slusher gets punished in a trade. Anthony deploying the Kraken, but there's not much to follow through on that Kraken. I guess Crispy are going to lose the zone. Still, Pancakes and Eggs able to get a huge push still. That looked from like, it didn't look like they were about to have it.
Absolutely, but Pancakes and Eggs are slowly getting themselves back on their feet right now. Zipcaster coming out on the side of Crispy right here just to see if they can find anybody. I do believe they might not find the kills that they wanted before the duration goes down. They did neutralize the zone, but they are back in control again. But Pancakes and Eggs have to cut down their penalty once again, because I do believe they did get capped in the side in the time of that Zipcaster. But with that being said, Pancakes and Eggs is just trying to push themselves far enough towards the enemy base that they can stop people from pushing, but also far enough away that they can keep themselves protected and back each other up if they need to. But Crispy did manage to neutralize the zone in that time and take it, which means their penalty did get reset once again. Kraken online, and I do believe has been activated. Anthony just trying to find someone, or in general just hold a space. I'm not too sure what happened there.
Well, lots of fights just happen. Anthony's still to the side, but Crispy has the lead, has control. And I mean, they have a 96 behind them right now. Are they able to? Oh, they're able to get rid of that. That is huge. Slurp Chad is now moving back forward, back to the zone. If Crispy can hold the zone right here, they could get this game. And right now, they're doing exactly that. They're out of penalty. They're still with numbers advantage around the zone. 2 down onto Pancakes and Eggs. Crispy still painting that zone, making sure that they have the control. Pancakes and Eggs, they have one more push, but they need to paint the zone right now.
Absolutely, and we do see that Anthony is just trying to get that zone neutralized, but also trying to take people down. Unfortunately, does not get what they wanted with what they were trying to do, which means that Crispy was able to get the penalty down and win the game in the time that it took for Pancakes and Eggs to get back on their feet, essentially.
Yeah, which means we get to see a game number 5. There's a lot on the line with this game. If Crispy wins, they get a bracket reset. Pancakes and Eggs, they could win it here and now. And we're going to a bit of a flatter map. I feel like this is a better map for the 96. Robo-Roman allows, again, so many different strategies. I feel like I say that a lot, but Zones allows a lot of different strategies, and that's why we love to see Splat Zones tournaments.
Absolutely, and 96 I don't have an opinion on because I don't play the weapon. I don't watch people play the weapon enough to have a generalized opinion on it, but from experience playing on a team with a Stamper, for example, I would say that Robo is definitely one of those maps where Zipcaster is pretty impactful, especially for targeting backlines, because a lot of the time pencils or even splatlings or snipers do really favor certain spots on the map, which means it's a lot easier to take down the cooler in this situation, which will be crucial for coming back on this map, honestly.
Yeah, so the thing with the 96 is that it's very good at staying alive, at staying where it is. So if you are with the 96 ahead of the zone, you deploy your wall, you fight a little bit, the weapon is very good at punishing people for running forward. And then if the opponent is able to cut the distance and get near you, you activate the Kraken. So the weapon can simply hold ground so well. And in this map, if you're able to stay ahead of the zone and hold the ground, you can do a lot. Right now, Anthony activating that Kraken, going ahead of the zone, and now getting that position. Like, they're gonna activate the wall, and now look, they're in here, and they're so hard to push away.
Absolutely, and they have that little bit of flank down there to jump down to if they really need to keep themselves safe. But right now, Crispy was just trying to do a counter push right there, but we do see that strikes did come out on both team members right now. Not team members, to both teams to neutralize the zone. But Pancakes and Eggs still have the control, but Crispy right now are just trying to get themselves back in. That Stamper just seeing if they can find anybody. Does not. Oh, never mind! They managed to get that final, I don't actually know what it's called. Swing zip of their zip cut.
Hey, they get the zone. As all of Pancakes and Eggs was trying to punish the Stamper for that zipcast, the rest of Crispy was able to push forward and get control of the zone, and now they have control over most of the map. Pancakes and Eggs got a good lead in the opening and now are activating the Kraken to get back onto the zone, get back in. Anthony not able to find much though and gets punished for it.
Very unfortunate. I do believe that they probably would have survived that if they did manage to get back a little bit further before the duration of the Kraken went down. But we do see that Pancakes and Eggs right now are just trying to spread themselves out and get a little bit more ground for themselves. Two people on Jordan right now, unfortunately, does take him down. But Pancakes and Eggs neutralized the zone. A lot of stuff went on in the time that we had that camera angle panned over, but we do see that Crispy is back in a corner again, but they are quickly getting themselves back in here. But we do see that Pancakes and Eggs did have all their members. And are just trying to hold on to that zone for as long as possible without getting too overwhelmed, actually.
Yeah, Crispy is still in that fight, but no, they lost two players. Pancakes and Eggs seem to have full control over mid right now. Reiki is still shocking under the zone with that stamper. Is called out as the crab tank is deployed by Punchy. Punchy needs to paint that zone, and thanks to the strikes, they should be able to at least apply penalty now. Can Crispy really push Pancakes and Eggs away from the zone? They need to get Pancakes out, but the Pancakes are cooking right now.
Absolutely, and they really just oh my lord, effortlessly took the zone back after it was contested. Though, to be honest, Crispy right now are just trying to force themselves back through here. Ricky right now just trying to see if they can find anyone. Not having too much luck with connecting to the walls with the Zipcaster right here. Anthony, they went straight for Anthony for that one again.
Got that it. And Crispy right now, they no longer have any penalty. They're still in control of the zone with just a few more points separating the teams. But Pancakes and Eggs applying penalty right on the point that would have given the lead to Crispy. This is the last minute of the game that's about to start now. The Punchy needs to dodge the Kraken. The Kraken is not going to find any splat, but is going to create still a lot of
away.
huge moves by the 96. Is really the player of the set. I feel like the rest of the team incredibly solid to play off of these crazy moves by the Kraken. Just a few more seconds left. And Crispy is not able to paint the zone. Pancakes and Eggs are your champions.
They just did it so chill. They just cruised their way through that, honestly.
Yeah, they really got control. I mean, Crispy able to bring it to a game 5, and these games were very much back and forth. But in the end, Pancakes and Egg a bit more stable, a bit more solid in their holds and able to come back faster. I feel like every time the Kraken was being activated, all of Crispy was forced to look at the Kraken, and we had our eyes on the Kraken. The rest of Pancakes and Eggs were taking the zone, taking every corner of the map, painting it all, and really winning these games. Which means that Pancakes and Eggs get your Triton-Cup championship. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations and good games to both teams that we did get to see for grand finals today. You both played incredibly well, and it was really nice to see two teams really closely matched to each other. May I add, be able to have at least a rematch at the end of the tournament.
Yeah, for sure. Very, very great games to watch. All of these players are incredibly talented, but in the end, we need a champion, and we have it. Now, Marshy, it's the end of the tournament, which means it's time for us to say goodbye.
Oh
But,
yeah, absolutely.
Before we go, can you tell me where can I find you on the internet?
So, we have my Blue Sky, which is for my stream username. But I'm also on Twitter with the same name, but there is an underscore at the start and in between the two words for my Twitter instead, because Blue Sky doesn't allow underscores. Um, But other than that, I'm not really anywhere else online. Though, Pat, where can we find you on social media?
Well, it's written on the screen right now. You can find me on Blue Sky at PatJOtom. And that's pretty much it. I'd like to give a special shout out to CKK, our wonderful observer who did a banger job today. And thank you all for coming to watch Triton-Cup. We'll see you all on Monday. There will be more UK University Championship with NSE. And yeah, stay tuned for more double action.
Bye.